You're into the Eastern Conference Final for the Cavaliers. Can the top seed in the Eastern Conference, the Pistons, get something to help out Cade Cunningham as they try and survive and force a Game 7 as they play on the road? That's a wrap for SportsCenter All Night. For producer Javon Cutler and technical directors Cam Berry and Alex Suhiro, I'm Nick DeLuca on Sportsmanlike with Chris Canny, Michelle Smallman, and Evan Cohen is next.
Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place.
You don't have to say it anymore. You just type in the website.
WW yesterday. They're making such a big deal about the 8 o'clock NFL schedule release show, and everybody knew pretty much all of the Eagles schedule. I wasn't really following other markets, but we knew basically the entire Eagles schedule by like 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
I liked it because of the fact that I was on the golf course. So I did not, I was not waiting on it. I was not hanging on every word yesterday. So I had no idea. I was just waiting for it to come down. I did get the word on the Christmas Eve game, which I can tell you went over like a fart in church to the many of the Eagles employee staff.
Sure.
And I can tell you, at least from one Eagles player, the reaction among Eagles players was not positive.
Hey, at least it's at home.
Yes.
You're not traveling.
That is the truth.
Look, at least you're at home. Imagine being the Texans.
They were not happy, though.
Yeah.
It was not met with by Eagles players as a positive.
All right, well.
Even though they're home. Even though they are home.
Sorry, hashtag deal with it. You're getting paid lots of money.
Yeah, I know, but that does suck. Come on. It's one of the few nights of the year, and we talked about it, where people with their children. It's a big night with your kids.
Yeah.
And people will not be with their children.
Yeah, well, nor will they on Thanksgiving because the Eagles pretty much got all the holidays.
It's unbelievable.
So today we'll react to the schedule release for the Philadelphia Eagles, and it'll be the difficult task of trying to figure out John's wins and losses. Do you have the envelope? Because yesterday, John Kincade.
I'm going to give the envelope into the next one. I've decided to give it to Nate.
Okay. Nate Tennyson,
Nate's
going to
Nate's going to get the envelope, and Nate is going to get the 5 teams where there will be 5 losses on the schedule for the Eagles.
So John Kincade is telling us now that the Eagles are going 12-5. It is our duty.
They are going 12-5, and you will tell me the 5 losses. You will identify the 5 losses.
Bro, you're such a homer that you have them winning 12 games.
Yeah, guess what? You know what I'm a little pissed about is
what?
I actually last night almost texted you and said
15-2.
Can we make it 4?
Oh, wow.
I love the schedule. I love how it breaks.
Kevin Patullo's not the offensive coordinator.
I would like to open mouth kiss the schedule.
Wow.
I love the schedule. I love the way this
up on a Friday morning.
I love the way the schedule breaks. But I almost texted you last night and said, nah, don't be so cocky. Because there is a new coaching staff. There's going to be some bumps in the road. I think the loss of Christian Parker is going to matter. But there will be 5 losses. And young Nate Tennyson, haircut as I like to call him because he always just looks sharp, he will hold the 5 teams that the Eagles will lose to. And if you can name the 5 teams, Andrew, let's just say I'll be very impressed. And I'm going to have the whole squad can play along. Everybody can play along. And you can play along, too, on social media. You tell me the 5 games they're going to lose that I say they lose. And I want to see how many people can do it. Nate will have the answer later on in the show. And we won't give it to you like at 9:55. Yeah. We'll make sure we give it to you at a more reasonable time.
I might figure it out by 7:30 for all
you have. I'm going to tell you, I would just say tread carefully because I think you'll get I guarantee you're going to get a couple of them.
Okay.
But I think you will also potentially trip up. That's all I'm going to tell you.
So he has the Eagles losing to the Titans, to the Cardinals.
Look at this. There we go.
The other bad teams
Should be fun.
All right, so schedule release day. Obviously, any reaction from you, 610-632-0975. Call in, send it to the Davis Honda text line, leave a voice memo to the Davis Honda text line. However you want to be a part of the show, we appreciate you. Is there anything that stood out to you on the schedule? If you want to tell us what your predictions are, if there's any spots that scare you, any spots that you feel great about, there is some pretty important notes to give you that we'll do later on this hour. Jimmy Kemsky had a great article on both the advantages and disadvantages, and there is a glaring disadvantage for the Eagles that we'll tell you about later on this hour. But it's not.
You believe that? You do think there's a big disadvantage? Or is it Jimmy's? Do you believe it?
Yes.
Okay.
There is one major disadvantage.
Okay. Because that's interesting.
Yeah.
Then I will say no more to that.
And I will tell you about that around 6:30 this morning. But it's not just reacting to now the sheet of paper being complete. It's also a day where we react to the press conference that took place yesterday at the Sixers practice facility in Camden with owner Joshua Harris and, of course, president of Harris Blitzer, the sports and entertainment group, Bob Myers. He is not officially a president of basketball operations. He's not the GM. As we heard during the press conference yesterday, he's going to be the guy that leads the search to find the replacement of Daryl Morey. First and foremost, before we play you some of the audio, that guy's a pro in terms of press conference.
Okay, can I say this?
That guy might be able to run for president for all I know.
And I feel you feel the same way. We really appreciate the interactions that we got to have personally with Daryl Morey. We did enjoy.
Yes.
I wish that Daryl Morey had given us more opportunities for the audience to get to interact with him.
I agree.
In the times that I had 3 interactions with Daryl Morey in my life where it was one-on-one. Mm-hmm. Every single one of them I walked away going, God, I really like this guy, and I really enjoyed the candidness of the conversation. And Bob Myers, that to me, he seems somebody like a character off The West Wing.
Yeah.
Or one of those shows.
I'm serious. He could run for president.
He could.
Bob Myers could run for the president of the United States.
His answers are slick. He is well put together. He is very, very, to me, very impressive man. Very impressive man. And I understand why he's been successful. I really do.
Yeah.
You can see it.
So there's a lot to unpack from it. Like, I know there was a lot of GM speak and a lot of dancing around certain questions and finding ways not to answer things. So it's kind of up to us to try to read between the lines. Obviously, a lot of the questioning yesterday was about the future of this roster, not just the replacement to Daryl Morey. And we know what the 2 major questions are. It's, do you trade Joel Embiid? Do you trade Paul George? Those are the 2 major questions. Can you trade both of them? Can you only trade one? Can you move off of both, right? There's so many levels to that discussion. And so I want to play this one first because you and I had different takeaways. You had a takeaway, and if you could explain yourself, about he may not be married to Joel Embiid.
I think he is I think it's clear that, and I say clear because of the way he spoke of wanting he wants to break the logjam of the big contracts. Can we all agree on that?
Yes, and there's a clip that we'll play for you that basically screams that.
He absolutely wants to break those logjams. I believe it's clear to me that if it's up to him, bye-bye Joel. He would like to be clear of Joel Embiid. He is not a big fan of Joel Embiid.
Okay.
I think he thinks Joel Embiid is the major impediment.
It's also an extra year
I believe
of the contract, and the lack of availability is a pretty big deal, too.
I also believe, just gut instinct, that he thinks that Paul George is the more movable, flexible asset.
Mm-hmm. One less year, too.
Correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's big. Like, the years is a big deal,
That's a huge thing. That's a really huge thing.
And so is $67 million, which will be year 3 of Joel Embiid's contract.
And so I am of the belief that is I think Bob Myers, if he was running this organization, it would be bye-bye Joel.
All right. Well, here's some audio that we'll play for you. Let's start with Bob Myers talking about the playoffs, because they were basically trying to figure out, hey, do you continue to run with this core? And they're doing the song and dance of you saw some good things in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
And here was Bob Myers, and I immediately texted you guys. I know you were on the golf course, but I immediately texted you guys that I needed to have this because I just kind of laughed when I heard it. Go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, I watched the team just like I'm sure you watched the team. The thing I liked was that we got to see, and it's maybe not completely, but we got to see a healthy team, right? We got to see at least in the playoffs for the most part, Joel came back. And when you're healthy in the playoffs, the best part is you don't have any excuses about why you lost. You lost. I didn't like ever going into the playoffs with, well, so-and-so was hurt, and if he had been healthy, we would have. Those hypotheticals aren't helpful. So what is helpful is we played a team, we were mostly healthy, we lost. Okay, let's just be honest about that. Let's acknowledge that. After that, to your question, that's going to be the next leading up to the draft. What do we need to draft? What are we missing? What do we not have? And then the question is going to be, with what we have, how do we get better with what we have? And the final question is going to be, we got mid-level exception. What do we do with that? But back to the other point, I want to partner with somebody that I can have those discussions with in a meaningful way, and I'm going to have those discussions with potential candidates and ask them that question. I don't have that answer today, but our job is to have that answer. It was fascinating to hear from the current staff that I saw yesterday in Chicago what was said at the exit interviews. I find that very impactful. I'm not going to tell you. That's not fair. All of it matters. All these conversations, all the things you learn about an organization when the game is over and you go in the locker room and you talk to the players, you talk to the coach, you talk to the training staff. What happened this season? And until we get all of that, I'm not going to say we've got the answers to that question, but I do know this. We have to get better. We have to find a way to get better.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's presidential candidate, Bob Myers. But early on in that clip,
Boy, he said it well, though.
When he talks about, we had a mostly healthy roster in the playoffs. Your best player missed 4 of 11 games. All right, that's almost 40% of the games your best player missed. And then let's be honest, he was not ready to go game 1 against the Knicks. So in 5 of the 11 games, which is 45% of your playoff games, your best player was not mostly healthy.
What does that tell you, though? There's a subtle answer in there.
Well, everybody else was except him.
Okay. That Bob Myers looks at it as, I sort of look at the Sixers as an entity that I can't count on Joel Embiid. I think subtly he was telling us, I can't count on Joel Embiid. As a basketball team, we can't count on him. Like, the team was pretty healthy because that guy, I don't even count on him being healthy. I just assume he's not healthy. That's how I took that.
See, that's not how I took it.
That's how I took that. I took that as Bob Myers being like, I just pencil it in that this guy is going to, an internal organ's going to burst. He's going to stub his toe in the kitchen. He's going to get a whoopsie cold and not want to play.
Hey, he could get his 3rd orbital bone fracture.
Whatever, it's going to happen. Something's going to happen. I just assume it's going to happen. I take it as that. That's how I took that situation, hearing that.
Now, the one that I thought was like the most glaring wasn't even from Bob Myers. So Josh Harris also at the press conference yesterday, and I want to credit Kyle Neubeck, PHLY, because Kyle Neubeck was the closest to asking a question about everything that's going on in the world of Josh Harris, not just about sports and the sport of basketball.
Okay.
But at one point, Josh Harris, I would love to welcome back Joel Embiid. And so it made it seem like, oh, wow, so does that mean Joel Embiid is back? But then he was asked about why Nick Nurse was allowed to keep his job. And take a listen to what he says about what Nick Nurse had to juggle, and stop me if this was a one-year thing. Go ahead.
I think Nick the team played hard for Nick. And, there were a lot of things that happened, I think we all saw, where there were various rosters that were available and rosters that weren't available. We were up-tempo, and then we slowed it down. And he handled all that. And even in the playoffs, the team played hard. And so I think, and Nick's a championship coach. He's won an NBA title. So I think he's earned the right to be here. He's our coach, and moving forward into next season. And so in terms of the search, I mean, I'll leave that to you. But I think generally, certainly, you talk to your coach, you listen to what they want, but ultimately, his job is not to find the next GM or president of basketball. It's our job.
I just like how early on in that clip he goes, Nick had to juggle with different rosters, sometimes up-tempo, sometimes they had to slow it down.
And what did that – okay.
That, to me, screamed more about Embiid than what Bob Myers.
Okay, but here's the thing is, though. Who's the basketball guy?
I would say Bob Myers is more of the basketball guy than Joshua Harris.
Who do you think that Joshua Harris has been spending a ton of time with the past week?
Bob Myers.
and hearing from.
Well, past year.
So who do you think? No, I don't think the past year, because I know that Joshua Harris has been immersing himself in anything Commanders. So to me, I'm saying to you, he's mimicking.
Okay.
When you hear him talk, he's repeating, parroting talking points that he's hearing from the guy that he tossed the keys to.
Yeah, maybe
Bob
Josh
Myers.
Harris doesn't even know what up-tempo is.
Correct. Like he's no, I'm sure he does, but he's hearing terms. He's mimicking terms that he's hearing from Bob Myers. You hear Joshua Harris talk, they want to move on from Joel Embiid. You hear that. They want to move on from Joel. It's done.
So
They want to be done with Joel Embiid. So be damned yesterday's poll.
right.
They want to be done.
By the way,
If
48%.
by the way,
if Bob
if Bob Myers saw yesterday's poll, he is absolutely laughing at the 48%.
48% want to keep Joel Embiid after seeing the package.
He's going stupid, 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 stupid. Is
All right.
Bob Myers is saying.
Now, one more clip from Bob Myers, and this to me was the biggest one. And unfortunately, we had to wait till the very end, right? Like I watched almost 40 minutes of a press conference where I was like, all right, like I could maybe get something out of that. I could maybe get something out of that.
You and Austin were a little perplexed by this. I saw around the 15th hole. I saw you were very
So
perplexed by this one.
they ask him about, all the contract situation, and can you still win with the idea of a big three, which us knuckleheads on the radio have been saying that's not how it works in the NBA anymore.
Yeah, but if we ran a poll this morning, I bet you 48% of people would go, "Oh no, big three's smart."
No, I don't think so.
You know?
I don't think so. I think a lot of people have realized how bad this bench is over the years.
Don't
And,
overestimate.
Daryl Morey, I think the NBA got away from him with the way the league was changing. You said it yesterday when we were reacting to his firing, or 2 days ago. He wasn't very much of a visionary at this stage of the NBA. He did not see the way the league was going. Much like we credit Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman's usually a step or two ahead of trends in the National Football League.
My man Ted got me into hand us our money, got us into weed stock
Nice.
years before every dispensary popped up on every corner.
You're welcome.
And then he got me in on tattoo removal, which, by the way, you still can get in on it. If you're not in on tattoo removal, 5 years from now, you're going to go, damn, I wish I was in on tattoo removal. Got me in on it early, and it's been profitable. Get in on tattoo removal's the next thing.
All right.
Be visionary. Don't be Daryl Morey.
Daryl Morey stuck with the times that escaped him, and it wasn't working anymore. So Bob Myers was asked about roster construction and whether or not you could still win with three guys on a max contract.
Well, we didn't get it done this year with three guys, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. I don't totally. I think I know where you're going, and I think it's a smart question. In that, what's the modern roster supposed to look like with the second apron, really, which is oftentimes operates as kind of a hard cap. Depth may. The truth is, depth may be more important than it's ever been. Maybe that's the pace of play. Maybe that's what we require of our players more. Not to say that this model doesn't work, but we have to look at what happened this year and be honest about it and see if. We got to be honest about, can this model work, right? And that's really the question. And also understanding that depth is key, and you only have a certain amount of resources to spend. So that's all part of the questions. It's all part of what we need to figure out going forward.
And when you say,
What does that tell you?
well, when you say you only have so much resources, you're spending, I don't know what the percentage of the cap is. I would have to break that down, and math isn't my strong suit. But it seems like more than 50% of the cap is being spent toward three players.
That is correct.
And if you look at other teams around the NBA, now look, some of them, they still have guys on early deals. Like that's why the Thunder are going to be good for so long, because they still have guys on some of their early deals, and they have 75,000 draft picks to keep on adding to that roster. But the Sixers are so jammed up, as you said, with those three contracts. You're not going to move Maxey. So it's who are you going to move, George or Embiid?
If you read between the lines and you listen to Bob Myers, he wants to move Joel Embiid. That's the player he wants to move most of all. That's the guy he's saying, please, 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 can we move him? And that's the guy he also, I believe, in his mind, he looks at it and goes, there's the problem.
You also can't have a bench or Quentin Grimes is your lead guy.
No question.
Who can't score. A Dembona who can't do anything. Andre Drummond, who has cinder block feet, even though he did all right.
That is the truth.
Like, they need to add to this bench, but they don't have the money for it.
That's the truth.
We're talking about, can they afford Kelly Oubre, for crying out loud? My God. All right, coming up next, more on the Eagles' schedule. One NFL analyst talked about the ease that the Eagles have ahead, but one local reporter pointed something out, John. Dove a little deeper, and it is a bit of a cause for concern for a stretch of games for the Eagles. We'll tell you what next. It is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What does the future hold? I'm Austin Jones with your Fanatic Sports Update. Bob Myers and Josh Harris spoke to the media yesterday after the organization relieved Daryl Morey of his president obligations. And in the NBA, it can be difficult to win with a team that has top-heavy salaries. And Bob Myers was asked if a team can still operate with, 3 players operating with big salaries.
The truth is, depth may be more important than it's ever been. Maybe that's the pace of play. Maybe that's what we require of our players more. Not to say that this model doesn't work, but we have to look at what happened this year and be honest about it and see if we got to be honest about can this model work.
So that's going to leave an interesting future around Joel Embiid and Paul George. Kyle Schwarber is looking to start a new home run streak as his MLB leading 18th home run on the season broke a scoreless game in the 8th inning. Then Johan Duran came in, closed the door on the Red Sox for a Phillies win. The team is now 2 games under 500 with a weekend series in Pittsburgh. They're going to be out there today for a 6:45 start with Aaron Nola on the mound. And in the NFL schedule has released all their games. The Eagles have landed 5 primetime games and have the 26th toughest schedule in the NFL. The Birds will open the season at home versus the Commanders for a kickoff that's slated for 4:25. Andrew DeCecco joins the show at 7:30. Amy Fedor from 8 to 10, and Kevin Nagandi at 9:05. This update's also brought to you by the Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about your youth or high school sports pose. Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCAA National Profit develops better athletes and better people through sports. At info.positivecoach.org.
Fanatic app.
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
All right, it is 6:30 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Day after the schedule released throughout the National Football League, but of course we're reacting to the Eagles, and it'll be my task and Austin's task and everybody's task at home to try to find out the 5 losses that John Kincade has on this schedule.
Yeah, I'm playing along with your win-loss game in a different way.
Absolutely.
Is that find the 5 losses, and yes, I almost last night said, let's make it 4.
And it's interesting.
Let's make it 4.
You're not alone. A lot of people online yesterday very confident in the Eagles' schedule. But how about Dan Orlovsky, who, as we know, is one of the lead analysts for ESPN,
and he married into an Eagles family.
Sure.
And so he is immersed in Eagles culture.
So
whether he likes it or not.
Here was his takeaway on the Eagles' schedule.
This might be the easiest schedule in football. Okay, get into it. From an offensive perspective,
you're saying
starting week 1, Eagles offense, starting week 1, tell me when they run into an elite defense. I'll tell you when it is. It's week 15. It's Seattle. You're going to see a good defense. I think the Rams are going to have a good defense.
You told me the
I like the Giants
defense
defense.
a lot better.
Good. But I'm talking an elite defense from an offensive perspective. And Philadelphia was going to have a very good offensive line with Sean Mannion. This is the easiest that I've seen so far. This is the easiest schedule when it comes to an offense going against defenses that I've seen so far. They don't see an elite unit till week 15.
All right. He says
he loves
easiest
it too.
schedule in the National Football League.
I'm going to tell you, I love the Eagles' schedule. I love it. Absolutely love it. And that doesn't mean that I don't think they're going to lose some games, and they're not going to be perfect, and they're not going to be a juggernaut. Do I think they can be the 1 seed in the NFC? I do.
Wow.
I do. Yeah. And mainly because of the fact that I think the NFC West will cannibalize themselves.
Okay.
And take themselves out of the mix.
It'll still probably take 13 wins to do it.
And I think that the NFC North will probably cannibalize themselves a bit. Whereas I don't think the NFC East will. I think the Eagles can be the 1 seed. I truly do.
Wow.
Truly do.
It's 6:32 in the morning, and we got Eagles could be the 1 seed.
And remember 24. Remember how confident I was 24. How about this? I don't want to pull the trigger on it yet. I got to go a little further.
Are you telling me
how
the
about
NFC
this?
title game?
I'm almost more confident that the Eagles will be playing NFC title weekend than I was 2 years ago.
Oh my God.
Almost more.
You were making reservations in New Orleans.
Well, no, that was
years ago.
And I didn't make that till after that Ravens game.
Right.
Till after that Ravens game. That Sunday night Ravens game. I feel let's put it, just go by the schedule and what I also think of the Eagles team.
All right.
I'm feeling good.
All right, so here's a couple questions for you to text in. Davis on a text line, voice memo, Davis on a text line, or call in 610-632-0975. Same number for all of it. Sixers, we reacted to some of the Bob Myers stuff. We will continue throughout the course of the show. Did you get anything from the press conference yesterday that's making you think, all right, this is going to head in the right direction? Do you believe they were letting us know that they will potentially move on from one of the big contracts, and it's not going to be Maxey? It's going to be either Joel Embiid or Paul George. Your takeaways from the press conference. But your takeaways from the Eagles' schedule. Do you have that much confidence that John Kincade has right now where he's almost ready to say NFC Championship weekend, we got plans?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much almost there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I love the way that, but it also, though, remember, it also matters. Remember last year we talked about San Francisco, and we said, man, San Francisco, that schedule, the whole thing. I look at the Eagles' schedule, and I'm thinking the same thing.
I said the same thing about New England. Look where they got.
I love the schedule for the Eagles. I love the way it worked out, and I didn't see it for the first time, like even though I knew some of the games had broken out, because I heard from an Eagles staffer and Eagles player about the Christmas Eve thing.
Yeah.
And just in commentary on something. And I was like, wow. So I only knew a handful of the games. I looked at it and said, this looks good.
All right.
This looks really good.
Well, Jimmy Kempski of the Philly Voice, great article.
Well, he does good work.
breaking down the advantages and disadvantages of the schedule for the Eagles. And there is a major disadvantage that I will bring to your attention if you saw it. I'm not sure if you saw it, and I wonder if it'll sway your opinion. We'll see. Major advantage. In 2025, the Eagles' opponents had a combined record of 162 and 127 in the 2024 season. Point differential of plus 456. So the following year, 2025, those were the teams they were playing. This year, the combined record from last year for the opponents they're facing this year, 138, 149, and 2. So below 500, and the point differential totaled minus 16. That's a major swing from plus 456 point differential to minus 16 the next season. So there's a major advantage for the Eagles. He also gives some other nuggets, including the stretch of 3 straight home games late in the season, weeks 14, 15, 16. Tough opponents, Colts, Seahawks, Texans, but at least 3 straight home games. That's pretty big for any football team.
Colts, dome team outside.
Yep. And how real are they?
Seahawks team coming off the Super Bowl. A lot of teams, you wonder how they're going to rebound, even though I think the Seahawks are going to be very, very strong. I think that's still going to be a strong team, so there's going to be talk of that. I just love it. And I think the travel worked out. I think the travel worked out for this team, too.
Sure.
I mean, and I said to you, I thought the 49ers game would be late. I thought they would do that that late. But they have that 49ers game. I mean, the last time, think of it this way. The 49ers game they travel for right after New Year's, that January the 3rd game. But they traveled the beginning of December, a month earlier, to go to Arizona. That's nothing. The flight to Dallas is 2 hours. It's like there's the travel really worked out. Like the way that they spaced the travel and everything, it worked out. I love it. There's some weird days of the week, and of course Christmas Eve is going to be the cause of major issues in people's families.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's going to be, it's bad.
I already told Christy. I was
No, it's
hey,
bad.
by the way.
It's bad. Well,
hey,
I mean,
honey.
yeah, but how do you, the thing is though, is how do you tell children? Like, what do you can't.
Well, I'm not going to
that. No, but I mean, you can't put the Eagles ahead of your kids.
Coop loves the Birds. He says go Birds every night.
On Christmas Eve?
Hell yeah, man.
No,
he's
not.
Say go Birds and go Santa.
The night before Christmas, he is not going to be going,
It's
Dad,
the night before Christmas and all through the house,
Daddy,
Dad's cursing at the TV
Daddy,
because they can't get a freaking first down.
Anybody who tries to spin
That
to
is
me
this year's.
that like my 6-year-old is so into the Eagles, my 5-year-old's so into the Eagles, they're going to be totally into it. You're so full of crap. That's not true. Don't spin it that way. You know it's not true.
Hey, Coop, go get the cookies on the plate for. Hey, damn it, Jalen, throw the football.
See, there it is. That's what's going to happen. You're going to have the. I can see that.
Run the ball.
It's going to be another. There's going to be another edition of Silver Linings Playbook. That's going to be based on this Christmas Eve.
And plus, Christmas Eve's my booze day, so it's like, yo, Coop, come here, buddy. Let's watch the Birds, man.
Oh boy.
Now here's a major disadvantage that the Eagles will have to deal with this year.
What's that?
The Eagles and Chargers got a raw deal with teams coming off of a bye this year. Did you see this?
I did not.
Okay. I'm curious if this sways your opinion a little bit. The Eagles will be playing 4 teams coming off of a bye this year.
Okay.
Panthers will be bye week 5. Eagles play them week 6. Commanders bye week 7. Eagles play them week 8. Giants bye week 8. They play them week 9. So these teams are well rested when the Eagles are playing a lot of games in a lot of days. And then the Colts are going to be coming off of a bye week 13. So for their matchup week 14. Chargers, the only other team. And I read on Fox Sports this morning that there are 14 teams in the NFL that don't have any teams coming off of a bye in their schedule, and the Eagles and Chargers both have 4.
I will let the Eagles confirm this, but I was told yesterday, I am not reporting anything. The Eagles can confirm this, that the Eagles declined to take their bye the week after London.
Okay.
They had their choice. They declined it, and in order to take it later. So
week 10, you'll take that midway through the season.
I think the bye week is perfect. Second week in November,
yeah,
it's perfect. But when you talk about the Panthers game, You're traveling back from London, and then the Panthers, you get the Panthers with that extra
They're
time.
coming off a bye. That's
That's a tough
spot.
That could be a tough spot. Could that be an L?
Maybe. We'll try to figure that out as the show goes on.
I don't know. Did you just get a clue?
Did that change you at all? The 4 teams coming off buys?
No. Did not. Because of the fact why?
Scoff at them.
Nerd Boy has already looked at the record of teams that have had that in the past. I've already looked at the piece where that's been written as far as how teams have done with that. And good teams that are playoff teams, they're rarely affected that negatively by it.
All right. I like that, Johnny.
That's why I am not. I didn't do the research on that. I just read someone else's research on it.
Right, you did. All right, Austin Jones is in for Connor Thomas today. We saw Connor on TV yesterday.
Wait a minute.
I missed that.
Wait a minute. I didn't see it. Wait
You
a
guys
minute.
didn't see it?
Wait a minute.
Connor and his family were all they got him on the broadcast yesterday. I'll show you the picture.
Wait a minute. I didn't see it.
I was watching the game. I was like, was that Connor? And then Bill immediately texted me and Connor saying, I just saw Connor on TV.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, Connor and
Why am I just hearing this?
The Thomas family were on the broadcast yesterday. The Phillies were in Boston yesterday, Game 3 of that series.
There it is.
Yeah,
I'm
Connor's
going to have to swing in and see this.
Yeah, Connor was on TV. I think
What's up with
Okay.
these producers getting on TV? I mean, you
All right,
already have Silvana.
Connor's boring the person next to him with some stat. He's probably saying, I played a little ball.
I played.
He's saying, I played a little ball.
Ray got on earlier in the year.
Well,
and
that's because Ray goes to every game. So when you go to every game, there's odds of you getting on the TV at least once.
And Connor's brother is there, I believe, next to his mom.
Yeah, and it looked like he was yawning.
And he's. I think I thought it was Connor's brother next to her, next to mom.
Yeah,
On the aisle. I thought.
yeah,
I'm not sure.
And he's yawning because Connor's putting him to sleep.
But no, I thought it was next to mom.
Oh,
I think that's.
that's a Red Sox fan. Okay.
There you go.
Anyways,
I think Connor was boring the Red Sox fan next to him, saying, "Yeah, I played a little ball."
Austin's in for Connor. What do we have on the Davis Honda text line? You can feel the Davis difference by checking them out in Burlington. What do we got?
Yeah, so this is from a listener from Florida. This is Gina. She said, I love the Xmas Eve game. I live in Southwest Florida. We'll be home for Christmas, and we'll all be together Christmas Eve. I get my family and the birds in no particular order. I'll take that.
Yeah, my biggest issue.
Is she? I'd like to know her age, and I'd like to know if there are children in the house. It's like with me and Christina and Liv, it's no big deal.
Right.
It's no big deal. I got a 22-year-old. That's awesome. Like for us, it's cool. Not for people with children. It was always a big deal. It was a big,
especially when I'm at my
ritual
sister's
night.
house.
Yeah, I wonder about that. How does that work?
I'm going to be probably driving around 8:30, 9 o'clock, getting Coop home because he's got to go to bed for Santa.
Yeah,
it might be a late DVR night at the Salciunas household. Maybe.
I told Maddie, I'm like, yeah, so I might not be around for Christmas Eve. And she's like, why? I'm like,
go Birds.
The Eagles play. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, work?
Yep. Hey.
It's crazy.
I've been there, brother.
Got to keep the lights on, Andrew.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, you do.
All right, coming up next, we won't let them get lost in the shuffle just because Bob Myers and Josh Harris spoke yesterday and because of the Eagles' schedule release. There's another win, another series win. And how about another performance where you kind of say, why can't you do that every single time? But the battle of the lefties, Luzardo got the better end of it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
If you'd bet that last night.
How did you guys feel about the release video by the Eagles? It was a
Loved it. I loved it.
I saw a room full of
What?
just like, all right, let's get this out of the way.
See, I sort of liked it. I liked it.
It was different.
Like, I thought it was different. I thought it was a different take on it. I think the Colts won the day.
I haven't watched all the videos.
You haven't watched the Colts one? The
No.
Colts one's hilarious.
No, I
It's The
literally
Simpsons.
Googled schedules and
It's
got
the
them.
it's The Simpsons.
Okay.
See, I'm on the opposite end. I like the Chargers because I don't play it
They did
anymore.
the Halo,
They did
right?
Halo.
I saw that
See,
they
now
did that.
that's lost on me.
Yeah.
That was lost on me, and I did see it. It looked cool, like it looked really visually cool. It's lost on me. I don't play it, so it didn't have anything for me.
I do have a favor to ask.
Yeah, what's that?
Mr. Schefter, them Twitter notifications yesterday about 7:45 was just, I thought I was famous or something.
Oh, what, just getting all of them?
Yeah, he was just like retweeting like all their schedules. So my phone, I'm sitting there cooking dinner and phone is just boom, 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 boom.
Did you get from your lady? Who's texting you?
No.
You didn't?
I don't
Well,
have to
that's
worry.
good.
I don't have to worry about that.
You're
That's good.
You're a
That's
trustworthy
good. That's
man.
good. You
She
didn't
knows
get
where
that.
she knows where I lay my head at
In
night.
case people don't know, the video was Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, Jordan Mailata, Jordan Davis, and Jahad Campbell, and they had the entire schedule on like cards, and one at a time somebody would pick it up, flip it around, and tell us what the game was.
I liked it. I thought it was, well, first off, it was creative.
It was different, yeah.
The Titans always do a great job. Their social
yeah.
media. Did you see the Titans one?
No.
The Titans went out on
yes.
They went out on Broadway and found all the lookalikes. They found the lookalike of Big Dom. They found the
Cam
lookalike
Scatterboo.
of Cam Scatterboo. They found some funny.
They actually did a pretty good
that
job.
was
with
they do a great job every year. Remember
Did
the
you guys,
logos?
Yeah.
Remember the logos they did?
Did you
couple
guys
times?
pick up what Jalen Hurts said in that video?
Yeah, at the end.
Yeah.
That was great.
What
And
did he say?
it is.
I didn't make it to the
it
end. I'll
is-
be completely honest with you.
At the very end of the video, it's something that my wife says to me, not in such colorful terms, on a daily basis.
Oh, I don't know if we're necessarily talking about the same thing. I'm talking about the uniform he was eyeballing.
Oh, no. Okay, go on.
So I believe it was Jordan Mailata was talking about, oh, yeah, that'll probably be. Oh, someone asked Jordan, what's your favorite uniform? The all black or the Kelly green? And Jordan was decisive, and Jalen Hurts in the background goes, I'd like that white Kelly green to come back.
So you think that
you
was,
think
a
it was a
little bit
little-
of a drop?
And Mr. Saquon Barkley goes, well, you have the power to do it.
Well, then that has to be. There's nothing that's in there that's not. Believe me, with the Eagles, there's nothing that's in there by accident.
Right.
And you missed the end of it. At the very end of it, as they're showing the schedule on the graphic, and they all get up to leave, and Jalen Hurts, control freak that he is, has to walk around like my wife, who is Monica from Friends, and push in all the chairs. And he says, "You MFers don't push in chairs around here."
What was more staged, that or
No.
the Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni at the end of Hard Knocks?
No.
Sirianni Hurts.
No.
They're like, so we're going to be back. No
that's
doubt.
not. No, that was not staged. That is Jalen Hurts.
The
going,
Hard Knocks one.
I do that here.
Absolutely was
that is
staged.
that is Jalen Hurts, who is a coach's son.
Hell yeah, man.
Going, you like seriously, you MFers don't clean up after yourselves.
Damn right,
Like you
man.
don't push in your
There
chairs.
are people that have issues with that here.
Come on.
All right, Phil's get the win yesterday, Johnny. Another series win. Magic Mattingly just keeps
He
on.
just wins every series.
The guy doesn't lose. It's unbelievable. Phillies win yesterday 3-1. Schwarbombs again. This time finally has Trey Turner on base in front of him. 2-run shot, which was big because it was a 2-run win. They won 3-1 yesterday. Schwarber's 2-run shot. Bryson Stott drove in a run later on in the 8th inning. They put up a 3-spot, or earlier in the inning. They put up a 3-spot. Phils win 3-1. And Luzardo looked really good yesterday. 6 innings in not great conditions. They were battling with like drizzle, and I'm sure it was cold and gross.
It was terrible.
Luzardo goes 6 shutout innings, 4 hits, 4 strikeouts. Keller with a shutout inning. Alvarado gives up a run. Duran gets the save at the end there. And our old buddy Ranger Suarez, 5 1/3, no runs allowed. He actually
Not
pitched,
efficient though.
he pitched well, but yeah, the amount of innings, he was coming off the injury as well. But,
Correct. I think they were making sure that he wasn't going to
Sure.
stretch it out too far.
So now here's the deal. Phils are 2 games under 500. At the beginning of the week, we asked, can they get to 500 by the start of the Red Series, which is Monday, May 18th. So they have a 3-game spot with the Pirates. If they sweep the Pirates, they would be above 500. If they take 2 of 3, they'll be 1 game under. And look, even if they're just 1 game under, the hole that they dug themselves out of, this has been a very impressive stretch for the Phillies.
Well, if they get to if they win the first 2 games of the series, they can get to 500 too.
They absolutely could. Yeah.
So they got that going for them. I told you by next Friday morning they'll be 500. Next Friday morning we will wake up and they will be 500. I don't believe they're going to be 500 by then.
All right.
That's what'll happen.
But they're playing good baseball right now.
Yes, they are.
They're
And
a good club.
Magic Mattingly's doing it. Magic Mattingly's doing his job. And I like a Phillies team that just doesn't sleepwalk. And now they somehow managed to just stay awake during games. And their manager tends to and last night it was great. They're in a game and the manager actually talks to players as they come down. He interacts with players. He's giving some advice. It's interesting. They're allowed to do that.
Guy just gets it, No,
Magic
Mattingly, baseball guy.
It's amazing that you're allowed to interact with your players during game. You're not you don't have to just
John's in love, guys.
You have to stare off into space.
All right, coming up next, we'll check the poll of the day brought to us by Dr. Avedon Appel and Iron Mountain Men's Health. It's not about the Eagles' schedule. It's about the press conference that took place yesterday. So more reaction to what took place. Are you buying the answer that Josh Harris gave about the luxury tax? Also, we begin the task of figuring out John Kincaid's 5 losses on the Eagles' schedule. That's all he has. We got to figure out what those 5 are. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What does the future hold? I'm Austin Jones with your Fanatic Sports Update. Bob Myers and Josh Harris spoke to the media yesterday after the organization relieved Daryl Morey of his president obligations. In the NBA, it can be difficult to win with a team that has top-heavy salaries, and Bob Myers was asked if a team can still operate with such salaries, and this is what he had to say.
The truth is, depth may be more important than it's ever been. Maybe that's the pace of play. Maybe that's what we require of our players more. Not to say that this model doesn't work, but we have to look at what happened this year and be honest about it and see if we got to be honest about can this model work.
So that's going to leave an interesting future around Joel Embiid and Paul George. In baseball, Kyle Schwarber is looking to start a new home run streak as his MLB-leading 18th home run of the season broke a scoreless game in the 8th inning, and then Johan Duran came in and closed the door for the Phillies to win over Boston. The team is now 2 games under 500 with a weekend series in Pittsburgh starting today at 6:45 with Aaron Nola on the mound. In the NFL, the schedule has been released with the Eagles landing 5 primetime games. The Eagles have the 26th toughest schedule in the NFL, and the Birds will open the season at home versus the Commanders at 4:25. Andrew DeCecco is going to join the show at 7:30. Amy Fadula joins the show from 8 to 10, and Kevin Nagandi from ESPN joins at 9:05. I'm Austin Jones, your home of the Sixers, Flyers in Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Fanatic app.
All right, 7 a.m. on this Football Friday, Johnny. Payday Friday. Schedule release Friday. And, of course, we're also reacting to the press conference that took place yesterday with the Philadelphia 76ers. Bob Myers and Joshua Harris will play some more clips for you coming up here in a little bit. But also, beginning this hour, we have to try to figure out the 5 losses that John Kincade has on his schedule. So, Austin, you and I are going to have to team up here, all right? Because each year, John Kincade, if you have not listened to the show at all.
Ever in your life.
If you've never listened to John Kincade, ever, he is anti-W's and L's.
I think it's the stupidest thing ever.
So it has been up to me to try to get the wins and losses out of John over the last couple of years.
Because we do stupid things on the show, so I said I should be into it.
But this year, you actually are playing. It's just, we just spin it a different way.
Well, you got me.
But you actually play it along. I'm proud of you.
In a different way. Can you find, and young Nate, haircut, has the 5 losses in his possession in a sealed envelope that he will then reveal later on in the show. Now, everybody on our team here will have the opportunity to put down the 5 losses they see that they believe I have picked. Not that you pick or whatever, it's that I pick. You're trying to get my answer of what you believe.
Yep. We'll try to figure that out.
Try to figure it out.
I already have, because I'm also going to do W's, like where I think there's no way he's going to say L. I highly doubt, Austin, that he has an L for either week 1 or week 2.
Yeah, no, I don't.
The opener against the Commanders and the road game in Tennessee.
I think you are a highly tactical individual because, by the way, if you've ever had any kind of like statistics class or analyst class, you're doing it the right way.
Yeah.
That is the way you're supposed to do it.
Everyone knows me as highly intelligent.
You're supposed to eliminate. Supposed to eliminate things that way.
How do you think I got by? Now, can I ask one question?
Sure, why not?
Is Week 18 a starters are resting loss? Can I just get that one out of the way?
What I will tell you is I believe Week 18 will mean something.
Okay.
I believe Week 18 is going to mean something.
All right. So I will put
is that good?
That's a W. I would imagine that's a W.
That Week 18 is going to mean something.
Okay. All right, Austin. So we got 3 games in the books already.
Yeah, and I think you and I kind of got one yesterday when we were just spitballing teams.
Yeah. So we'll figure this out as the show goes on. Now, real quick, in terms of heading to, because we know how well Eagles fans travel. I've been talking about the Philly Sports Trips destination of Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. That's the week 2 matchup.
It's going to be awesome.
Looking at the road games.
It's going to be hot as hell, by the way, in Tennessee still at that time of year.
I'm sure.
That should be still, as a 26-year Southerner, that still could be just hot as hell.
Your travel games, Tennessee, Chicago, London for the game against the Jags, division matchups, Arizona and San Francisco.
Arizona, early December, great golf. Oh, my gosh.
I think that's going to be a big one for a lot of people.
To go play golf, go play True North, and I'm sure Philly Sports Trips has done it before. I'm not sure if Vince has got a trip planned to True North to play some golf.
Sure, he's got something. But just go to phillysportstrips.com. He has the Nashville trip already all planned out, so I would imagine he's got the other ones.
What I'm
in
telling
the
you is there's always it's great golf and it'll be perfect weather.
So,
jeez, is that going to be fun?
And now the reverse. Week 3 in Chicago is a lot better than Week 12 in Chicago.
I think that's an advantage playing them at that time.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm talking more so for travel, but yes.
No, but that's a big advantage even if you're going for that trip. The only problem with that is too for a lot of people is they're like, damn, it's a Monday. Because it's like a Monday.
And it's right when school starts. It's the first month of the school year.
I didn't like how that one fell for people.
But I would rather go to Chicago in Week 3 than in Week 12.
Would
to avoid the cold.
You absolutely would.
So is number 1 destination for you Arizona because of the time of the year?
Arizona number 1.
Okay. What about San Francisco?
No, never. I don't want to download the poop app. I don't want. No, thank you.
All right,
I've spent enough time in San Francisco in my business career, and I remember when it was beautiful.
Is London in the top 3?
No.
So you and I, and
because
Austin, you were in this conversation
not
the other
for
day,
football,
right?
though, and it's no knock because Philly Sports Trips is awesome, and it's to me is if I'm going on Philly Sports Trips, I'm going for the immersive Eagles experience.
Right.
If I'm going to London, I'm going to London.
That's my takeaway too.
Yeah.
Like I don't think
Like, that's where
my
I'm at.
wife really wants to go to London. It's a place that we have not gone to yet. I don't think I would do, well, here's our excuse to go. Like, no, let's just plan the trip and freaking go.
And here's the thing, like when I go to other cities though, like if the Phillies are playing, like, yeah, I'm trying to go to the game. But if I'm going to a whole nother country atmosphere that I haven't been to, I want to explore the world instead of
like
going to the game. And then guess what? What if it's the worst trip ever and they lose? And now I'm bummed out for the rest of the time.
And we're going to slip in a little bit of the history. I'm going to see all the history and everything like that.
Absolutely.
That would be my first choice of that. And it's no knock on Philly sports trips. And there's some people who've already been to London, have already done that stuff, who want to do it again. That's different. That's a whole different situation. I've never been. So for me, it's a different situation.
Sure.
What's the cheesesteak comp over in the UK?
The fish and chips.
Yes,
fish and chips. That's like this is what we do.
Because food over there is horrible.
Yeah.
From what my wife has told me, the food is
It's like the
terrible.
Phillies. They lack seasoning. All right. Let's check the Davis Honda text line. Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. 610-632-0975.
A little bland, a little white bread.
And then you'll hear from Josh Harris about the luxury tax, which is always a big topic of conversation in this city. What do we have on the text line, Austin?
Yeah, so this is from Bill. He said the Eagles have 5 primetime games so far. Do you think that's just on par, or do you think they should have gotten more?
They have the most standalone games in the NFL.
Yeah, primetime's not just night.
But like primetime is when you're in a standalone game where you were the only game in town. The Eagles have the most in the NFL. That's not by accident. The NFL thinks the Eagles are going to be really good and really worth the primetime audience and the eyeballs.
Yeah, they also know the market, right? They know this market.
They know the Eagles have been a huge draw, but they also believe this Eagles team is going to be really good.
Albert Breer broke it down. There are 8 teams that ended up with 6 or 7 primetime games: Cowboys, Eagles, Bears, Packers, Seahawks, Bills, Chiefs, Rams. Are you surprised by any of those teams?
No.
Cowboys, we know. Eagles, we know.
No.
Chicago market, obviously also a rising team.
And you got to capitalize on the Chicago market when they're hot.
Yep, Packers.
While they're hot.
Seahawks are the defending champions. LA market with the Rams, and then Buffalo and Kansas City. Like, that's no surprise whatsoever for those teams that have all that. All right, what else we got?
Yeah, so this is also from Josh. He said, going through the schedule, he said, really, the only 2 teams I'm really scared about in regards to like a tough matchup back-to-back is weeks 3 and 4 with Chicago and the Rams.
Yeah, those are 2 really good opponents back-to-back. And the Chicago Bears game is a second straight road game. You know, how much does that play a factor? That's a tough stretch. But remember, Rams are coming east again. And it's another 1 o'clock start. I don't get that. Like Eagles, Rams.
I don't either.
I would. We're having the same conversation as we had last year. I would think that's a marquee matchup for the National Football League. You have both first the Philadelphia and LA markets. Like
but here's the problem is though, the LA market, if you look at it though, it's not the great TV market you think it is compared to other markets.
Right,
it's not.
And it's because maybe they don't have that attachment to the Rams like they would the Lakers or the Dodgers.
It's not the same. To us, it is. In our heads, we go LA.
Right.
It's not.
But those 2 teams, like that, those have been great matchups. Again, it came down to a blocked field goal last year. 2 games ago was the Snow Bowl game in the playoffs. 1 o'clock again. Rams have to try. Rams. That's always tough for an LA team to have to go the West Coast to East Coast trip for a 1 o'clock start.
Can I just jump in real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
So 1 o'clock on the East Coast is like, why are they playing there? I'm just looking at the Fox 425 game, Dolphins Vikings.
Oh,
I wish I was lying, but it's Dolphins Vikings that day.
what are they getting out of that? You don't even know who's playing for the Dolphins, and then what, 9?
That's really weird.
Ew.
But remember, though, you have to feature – every team has to be featured a certain amount of times.
Okay.
So, wow, that's bad. By the way, the Dolphins do very well on national TV.
Sure.
Which is really weird. Which is really weird that because they have not done a thing in forever.
Yeah, that's disgusting. All right, Sixers, as we're doing the balancing act between the Sixers and the Eagles schedule release – yesterday, Josh Harris also at the podium, and I'm glad somebody asked it. it's something that I have not totally agreed with a lot of our fellow Sixers fans, John, where people think they're always trying to get under the tax and trying to save money and all that kind of stuff.
I don't believe it at all. They have the 3 most expensive contracts in the NBA.
Yeah.
I don't believe the narrative makes no sense.
And, oh, by the way, they've paid the top executives. They've paid the top coaches, Nick Nurse, Doc Rivers, Daryl Morey.
Their facilities are considered in the NBA player survey, considered to be like top third of the league.
Yeah.
They don't skimp there.
So I don't buy it at all. Agreed with a lot. I'm not sitting here saying Josh Harris is some great owner. Like, I just don't agree with that sentiment, especially when the Sixers were 100% trying to then use that Jared McCain trade to get something else. Daryl Morey just completely misread the market. There's been a recent song and dance online that Daryl never wanted to trade Jared McCain.
That's ridiculous. And
I don't believe that's true at all. So Josh Harris was asked about the Jared McCain trade and the tax and getting under the luxury tax, and this was his answer.
The front office absolutely has the green light to go into the luxury tax. In fact, we've been in and out of the luxury tax, and so it's not an issue. I mean, it's just not an issue. We're building an arena here. I can tell you that, the amount of dollars you spend on that versus the luxury tax, it's magnitudes more. We built this facility. We've signed a number of max deals. So there's no issue with the luxury tax. And so I'm glad that you asked.
Yeah, I mean,
to me, it's honestly sort of a dumb narrative. Because I don't believe for a second that the one thing, look, you can get on Harris for whatever you think. I think he is obsessed with his Washington Commanders.
Yes.
I think that's where his attention lies. I think that is where his desire lies to, if anything, the Sixers will always be a stepchild to him. They're never going to be his love. They're never going to be his number one focus. But to me, don't tell me he's cheap. Don't tell me he's cheap. Don't tell me he's not. I don't buy it.
And like last year, and I'm not talking about the season that just ended, I mean the 2024-25 season, they sucked. So, like, they traded assets away because they were losing. And by the way, trying to lose once Embiid and Maxey and George were all shut down. They had a mini tank, which landed you VJ Edgecombe. So, like, even last year, I look at it as a team that was losing.
They were not.
And were you upset that they traded Kenyon Martin? Like, were you upset about that 2 seasons ago? So I don't totally agree with that sentiment that a lot of fans have.
I don't at all.
I get that it didn't look good with the McCain trade, but again, I'm under the impression that he wanted to make another move. Tony Jones, who we had on a lot this year, he straight up said, look, he had moves lined up. They just fell through. And then if you really want to know, all right, how truthful is he being, maybe you don't want to listen to Josh Harris, but Bob Myers. This was Bob Myers talking about just that.
I just can't imagine a day where if I said to Josh or leadership said to Josh, this deal makes us a contender, but you have to go into the tax. If he says no, which he won't, I wouldn't work for somebody like that. Because, look, to be honest, if you look at the history of teams that have won a championship, I was one of them. We were in the tax. It'd be great if you can win a championship by not being in the tax. Very hard to do. But it has to make sense. And so I know, and again, I'm not worried about that part of the job because if that comes up, I know what the answer will be.
Yeah, like I can't imagine Bob Myers goes, all right, Josh, yeah, you got it. We'll get under the tax. Like the guy talked about how competitive he was throughout that entire press conference. And he barely has any ties to the Sixers, right? It's just, I want to win this game.
And he is known as that guy.
Yeah.
And
and this isn't, before anybody goes, oh, you're just carrying water because you guys are partners with the Sixers.
No.
I don't have the same reaction that a lot of people do when it comes to the money that's spent or not spent. Because I look at this team, Joel Embiid's going to get $67 million in 3 years. Tell me that's cheap. You know what I mean? Like that's...
The guy is not cheap. The one thing isn't cheap. If you want me to tell you that his obsession is down 95,
sure.
Yeah, that's where his obsession is. That's where his focus is, and that's a shame.
Yeah,
that's a shame to me, but that's the truth.
He always cuts the checks. I mean, and look, I've said it numerous times. As long as he's cutting, I don't need Josh Harris to draft a big man.
No.
Like,
no.
I want him to stay away. Quite frankly.
Hasn't he been one of those owners that sort of, say, he hires an executive and lets them do their thing? But maybe that hasn't worked out well with Daryl Morey.
Correct. The problem is I don't know if there is a balance of power. Like they talked about Daryl Morey, talked about the trade, and they signed off on it, all that kind of stuff. Like I don't know. Is Josh Harris evaluating Jared McCain's jump shot?
Like Jeffrey Lurie is involved. Like people will say he's a meddlesome owner. Jeffrey Lurie is involved in day-to-day stuff with the Eagles, but it's overblown what people say he's involved in. Like like he's not dictating to them what they do day-to-day, what goes on. But he's involved, and he's eyeballs. I sort of like an owner like that, and if I was a billionaire, I think I'd want to have eyeballs on stuff too. But I think he's a guy, Harris, that has stroked the checks, and I admire that, at least that part of it, I admire.
All right, I have an area where you have a loss.
An area?
I don't know which game yet.
Okay. What's the area?
Austin, let's discuss this. All right, can you tell me if we're right that there is a loss in this grouping?
Well, that's sort of giving it away.
All right, Austin, then we're gonna do this. I believe there is.
You guys can talk it out.
Send. We got it. Come on.
There will be one loss in this stretch between Monday, October 26th and Sunday, November 8th. Eagles play 3 straight divisional games. Cowboys Monday night, short week at Washington the next week, and then New York Giants. I can't imagine that John Kincade, Mr. Analysis and Dork Boy and all this stuff, has the Eagles winning 3 straight games against 3 divisional opponents.
Yeah, no, I have a loss within there. We just need to try to find which one.
Are you two going to come up with the same list? Are you combining your list, or are you going to break free of Andrew?
We can break free, but are you on the same page?
Yeah, we're on the same page right there.
All right, there's an L somewhere in there.
Well, the thing is, if you look at it this way, look at what you just did. You went and you said you talked about the trying to figure out. I know where the wins are. Okay, I know where the wins are. So you're looking at the wins, and if you look at the wins that you say, I know John, I know what he's thinking. And then you see gaps where you go, okay, I'm just looking for 5 losses in here. I know there's a loss in this group. I know that you should be able to find where the losses are. I think you guys can even do that. Not that I should have said it that way, but
I'm thinking he's got the Dallas split, and I'm thinking the loss is Thanksgiving.
We're on the same page here.
So that means it's either Washington or New York where it's a loss, which means he has a split in the division there as well. And I would guess it's the short week in Washington.
I was going with the Giants game.
Okay. All right. We'll figure this out.
You'll figure it all out.
We'll figure this out. We're trying.
Whether you figure it out correctly.
Yeah, we'll see who's closer. Again, if you're just tuning in, John Kincade, very anti-W's and L's, but did play along this year. Mm-hmm. He has a 12-5 record.
Yes,
we have to figure out who the 5 losses are. Austin, you, me, and Amy. It's a Friday with Fadul. Amy will be in studio. We will do the old-fashioned W's and L's later on.
All right, Amy will sign right up for it.
I'm going to go to the bathroom at that point. By the way, I was told last night, and going through, because here I've been checking other things, going through some texts. 1:13 last night, I got a text, so it would have been 10:13 Vegas time.
Okay.
If you like the Eagles over, this is directly from somebody in the gambling industry in Las Vegas. If you like the Eagles over, bang it quickly.
Why? They're going to increase it to 12.5 soon?
Well, he thinks that there could be some money that makes it 12.
Yeah, okay.
And then you don't want that. You don't want it. If it gets there could be a lot of money that goes the Eagles' way. Because, look, you got people like Orlovsky going, man, I love that Eagles.
Can we play it again? Dan Orlovsky, yesterday on ESPN when they were reacting to the schedule, Dan Orlovsky very bullish on the Eagles.
This might be the easiest schedule in football. Okay, get into it. From an offensive perspective,
you're saying
starting week 1, Eagles offense, starting week 1, tell me when they run into an elite defense.
Maybe
I'll tell you when it is. It's week 15. Seattle. You're going to see a good defense. I think the Rams are going to have a good defense.
You told me the
I like the Giants.
going to be a lot better.
Giants, good. But I'm talking an elite defense. From an offensive perspective, and Philadelphia is going to have a very good offensive line with Sean Mannion. This is the easiest that I've seen so far. This is the easiest schedule when it comes to an offense going against defenses that I've seen so far. They don't see an elite unit till week 15.
Dude, very bullish. They don't see an elite defense until week 15, and that's when they play the Seahawks on the birthday of one Liv Kincade.
Yes, it is. And Andrew Salciunas, which, by the way, I have to navigate wife's birthday, daughter's birthday.
Oh, my God.
Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving. I mean, this schedule, murder for that. But,
Good luck,
do
man.
it. But wife's birthday and daughter's birthday both. But I'm going to handle the wife's birthday on Saturday night. Because, you don't, Sunday.
You'll
It's not like we're little kids and you have to do it on the birthday itself.
You'll get it taken care of. All right, coming up next, more reaction to the NFL schedule release. Our man Andrew Decoding will join us coming up next. How does he view trends or things like 4 games coming off of byes for the opposition? The Eagles and the Chargers, the only 2 teams with 4 matchups where their opposition is coming off of a bye. We'll talk about it all with our man Andrew Decoding coming up next. It is Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What does the future hold? I'm Austin Jones with your Fanatic Sports Update. Bob Myers and Josh Harris spoke to the media yesterday after the organization relieved Daryl Morey of his presidential obligations of basketball operations. In the NBA, it can be difficult to win with many players having a top-heavy salary, and Bob Myers was asked if a team can still win that way. And, well, he said depth is really important.
The truth is, depth may be more important than it's ever been. Maybe that's the pace of play. Maybe that's what we require of our players more. Not to say that this model doesn't work, but we have to look at what happened this year and be honest about it and see if we got to be honest about, can this model work?
In baseball, Kyle Schwarber's looking to start a new home run streak as he hit his 18th home run last night that broke a scoreless game in the 8th inning, and Johan Duran came in and closed the Red Sox out for another Phillies series win. The team is 2 games under 500. They start a weekend series in Pittsburgh with Aaron Nola on the mound tonight, 6:45 first pitch. In the NFL, the schedule has been released for the Eagles, and they've landed 5 primetime games, and the Eagles also have the 26th toughest schedule in the NFL. The Birds will open the season at home versus Commanders, slated for 4:25 kickoff. Andrew Decoding joins us at 7:30, Amy Fadul from 8 to 10, and Kevin Nagandi at 9. This update's also brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk driving and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MADD. Call 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MADD help or visit MADD.org. I'm Austin Jones on The Fanatic.
Connor. in Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
7 a.m. hours brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're about to be joined by our man Andrew DeCecco to get his reaction to the Eagles' schedule that dropped yesterday. The task that Austin and I have, and you at home as well, if you're playing along, is trying to figure out John Kincaid's 5 losses. I have 3 losses on the schedule for you already with 6 games that I don't have a feel on just yet.
Okay.
Because
I
have to think John Kincade, which is a horrible place to be.
It is. And remember, though, Nerd Boy has a reason for every one of them. So there is going to be maybe some deep thing that you go, oh, okay. When I explain it to you, too, you're going to go, oh.
I have a 4th loss. I just don't know which one. You know how I did the gap of 3 weeks?
Sure.
Dallas, Washington, New York. You have one between the Bears and Rams. I just don't know which one yet.
Okay. There you go.
One of those two. I can't believe you would have them 4-0 in that stretch. Just a thought, especially with the new offensive coordinator.
4-0 last year, weren't they?
Yes, they were, and you predicted as much.
Yeah, I did.
All right, stop trying to throw me off the scent. Joining us now here on Kincade and Salciunas from InsideTheBirds.com and, of course, all over the place here on 97.5 The Fanatic. We do W's and L's with him. Just kidding. Our man Andrew DeCecco joins us. Andrew, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
We're
good,
doing
buddy.
Good, man. It was great having you in studio yesterday, as always, and now we get to react to the schedule being released. Curious, just some of your initial takeaways. When you first saw it come out, John Kincade is already penciling in potential NFC Championship game. He said at 6:32 this morning, Andrew, that he is more confident about this schedule than when it came out in 2024.
Yeah, I think I'm there.
Where he said they're going to the NFC Championship game.
I love the exasperation.
I don't want to point this out, but John also said he felt really good about the Flyers going into that final game there. So
the 49er
game. That's a one-off.
Well, I didn't pick him to beat Carolina now, let's be honest, in the series. So, I mean, that's good. That's it. Is that last
You also said you felt really good about the 49er
The 49er game I did. Yeah, guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. But I look, I like the way the schedule breaks out, Andrew. I think that the way that, especially the travel, because it could have been much, much worse than it is. And I think that they spaced out the travel well. And I think, too, that the Eagles are in a real situation, as Dan Orlovsky points out, where I think a new offensive coordinator has got a pretty good landing strip to be able to land a new offense into where they're not facing a lot of elite defense early.
Yeah, that's a valid assessment there, John. And I think you have to like the fact, if you're the Eagles, that once you return home from London after week 5, you don't have to get on a plane again until you go out to Dallas for the Thanksgiving game. The bye week didn't follow the London game, but I think if you're looking at it from a different angle, it does have its benefits, right? So week 10, leading up to that, they have a 3-game run against the NFC East, which, as we all know, is usually a very physical matchup that there's a lot of attrition there. You then have a bye week. You have extra time to prepare for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and that is usually a pretty bruising type of matchup based on how they play the game. So you could give yourself a little bit of a boost moving forward down that stretch. So there's always going to be quibbles when you look at the schedule. There's positives and negatives, but if you're looking at it in those terms, I think that could certainly benefit the Eagles.
Andrew, there are 14 teams in the NFL this year that will not be playing an opponent that is coming off of a bye. The Eagles and Chargers somehow both have 4 opponents coming off of a bye before their matchup, and one of them is not, like the Eagles are also coming off of a bye. So I'm curious, how much does that matter for the opposition where they're going to be coming in a little bit more rested?
Yeah, not ideal. It's certainly not ideal when they're going to have the advantage of rest. When you get to a certain point in the season, Andrew, any advantage can make the difference. And you certainly don't want to face some of those teams, especially if it's one that you're relatively even or on par with. and they're having the benefit of health coming into that, or at least some added rest. I don't know that I like that. I also, if you're looking at Week 5 going into Week 6 against the Carolina Panthers, who, let's not forget, they opened some eyes last season, and I think they're going to be a bit of a sleeper team or a force in their respective division this year. They have to face them coming off that London game. I think that to me, on initial look, that could be a loss.
And Carolina's coming off of a bye, and as you mentioned, there's a lot there.
What's interesting there is, Andrew, and you may be able to confirm this at a later time, is I was told yesterday that the Eagles declined the bye week after London, that they declined that for a later bye. So somebody within the Eagles beat who's well-connected will be able to confirm that, but I was told that they declined it, and they said, we'll take our bye later in the season. So that is a challenging road to navigate there, though, coming back from London and then facing that Panthers team.
Yeah, especially later in the year when you have the Seahawks, Texans, and 49ers. They have a little bit. They have a 10-day window there before the 49ers game, so that could help. That game could mean a lot, that Week 17 matchup. So it is a fascinating schedule. The Eagles also have the benefit of not having to go to Chicago in the winter. They will face them in September. So that Monday Night Football game is sort of a little bit more balanced right now, I would say.
All right, so, Andrew, today's task, we told you about it yesterday, was to try to find the 5 losses that John Kincade has on his schedule, because he's anti-W's and L's, but he's playing along somewhat. I am with you about the Carolina game. I have that jotted down as a John Kincade loss. I believe one of those 3 straight NFC East divisional games will end in a loss, and I'm leaning toward the Commanders game. Our own Austin Jones leans toward the New York Giants game heading into the bye. There's another difficult stretch where there will be at least one loss, and it's that Indianapolis, Seattle, Houston, San Francisco stretch.
That's a brutal stretch.
Dude, remember the old gauntlet conversation from a couple of years ago? That one's got to be, division aside, the most difficult stretch in your eyes, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And that really should get you ready for the postseason. I would say that Seattle game is one that I would highlight as a potential loss. The Chicago game on Monday night, late in late September, Chicago ran all over the Eagles on Black Friday. Now, I don't expect that to happen necessarily again. The Eagles are a little bit, I'm getting in the weeds here a little bit, but they're a little undersized now on defense, losing to Kobe Dean and adding Jonathan Grenard and taking Jalen Phillips out of the mix there.
We're doing the Week 3 pregame show right now.
Yeah, but so I almost wonder if Chicago is going to try and implement the same thing, and their defense is a little bit better than it was the year before. So I could see that being a loss. The Carolina game you mentioned, Andrew, I'm kind of sitting at 11-6 right now as I'm looking through it.
Oh, 11-6. That would be the under for the win total. How about that?
It would be under. That would make people a little nervous because Andrew looks at things very analytically and looks at it very strong there as the way things go. What is the you do take weather into consideration, which is an option there, but when you look at the quarterbacks, we talked about it yesterday with those quarterbacks that you have to face. I said, what about, again, though, a little bit deeper, the offenses that they have to face? What about this Eagles defense, which obviously is in some transition with some coaching changes and things like that? What do you think about the offenses that they have to face, and how about early in the season for that, Andrew?
Yeah, great question. You mentioned Caleb Williams yesterday. We spoke about him. That game, to me, is really interesting. Facing the Rams is another tall task for this defense. And I mentioned that it may be something that's a little under the radar, but it is important to note they're a lot more undersized now at safety with Drew Makuba and take your pick, Marcus Epps, Michael Carter II right now, putting Jihad Campbell in for Nakobe Dean. That's a little bit of a trade-off, and then you have Jonathan Grenard. So I have questions as to whether or not they're going to be able to consistently stop the run or at least control it. Those are something that it's important to note, especially when, as you outlined, John, you're facing some of those some of those pretty formidable offenses earlier in the year when you're trying to figure things out as a defense.
All right, so you have them at 11-6, it seems. And am I seeing you in Nashville?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Hell yeah, man.
Great town.
All right, brother. Enjoy your weekend. Thanks for coming on today, as always, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Even with his big sigh, I appreciate him coming on. I love the big sigh.
Well, I mean, he's
the exasperated sigh.
He's one win away from you, but you're already talking NFC East or NFC Championship.
Well, NFC East, pencil it in. You get another one. Yeah, you're getting another one there. That's already. You want to pencil in? You want to hang another banner? Hang another banner. That's it. That you can already. They can already have that. Even though I don't like divisional banners, I am not one of those fans who. I think that's a cheesy look. Considering we are now a championship franchise that has NFC titles and Super Bowls and everything, I wish they would take down the divisional championship banners. I don't like them. I think winning the division is very bogus. Like I
doesn't happen often in the NFC East.
I understand it's because of your past history that you haven't won a lot of them. Take them down.
Okay.
Take them down. Make them just the championship banners. You got enough now to make the banners really mean something, because I think that's what the real championship organizations don't. Or if you just want one banner that lists the championship years on it, I'd be cool with that. I would just say take down the championship.
Well, they're going to have to do that eventually because there won't be room unless the gigantic new stadium has more room.
Which they could.
All right, I don't have the schedule breakdown in front of me, but Eagles, Cowboys, Commanders, Giants, the NFC East is facing the NFC North, NFC South, and AFC North this year in terms of where they finished in the division.
Right.
Eagles, Bears, Panthers, Steelers. Cowboys have Packers, Bucks, Ravens.
I mean,
that one's actually, I think, more of a difficult 3-game stretch than the Eagles.
The fact that the Eagles ended up, because of the way that the Ravens' injuries at the end.
Yeah.
The Eagles end up with the Steelers, and the Cowboys end up with the Ravens. It's we got a break.
Commanders have Vikings, Falcons, Bengals. I expect them to potentially sweep those three. And then the Giants have Lions, Saints, Browns. And the Lions are going to be a tough team. Saints could be a tough team. We'll see about Cleveland. Their defense is very good. But we'll see about it.
We saw Shefty likes them.
Yes, he does.
Shefty likes them.
All right. Coming up
like
next,
that.
we will do today's headlines with Austin Jones, who's in for Connor. And also the poll of the day brought to us by Dr. Abidan Appel and the team at Iron Mountain Men's Health. Our question is whether or not the press conference yesterday with Bob Myers and Josh Harris raised hope for you or not. The hope meter, did it go up or down? Very simple yes or no or up or down question. We'll give you the results next, Johnny. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Let's say you had a really disgusting garage, Joe, or you had a bathroom that needs remodeling, or you have an attic that you have to get rid of stuff. Well, then you want to get the Bagster, the dumpster in a bag. It is the perfect cleanup solution. And last time I looked, we're in May, which means it's spring cleaning. You can still clean stuff up with the 3 cubic yard dumpster in a bag that you could grab at Home Depot, Lowe's, or your local home improvement stores. And it's just $29.99. What a deal. It is so easy to use and so easy to set up. Even someone like me can do it. And then you set it up and you clean out that garage. You clean out that attic. Or you do that remodeling job, because the Bagster can take on all the debris. So you buy it, you fill it up, you schedule the collection, and it'll be gone. There's no time limits. It's completely on demand. Maybe before that big graduation party, so you don't embarrass yourself. Go to thebagster.com and find the store nearest you. Or get more details, because I'm telling you right now, when you get a Bagster, you get it finally cleaned up. And then you're not the butt of the joke, because you got yourself the dumpster in a bag.
Got something to say about Philly sports?
A Friday morning, which means Fridays with Fadul. Amy is already out there ready to go. She's warming up the vocal cords.
She just said it's a dumpster in a bag.
Yes, she did. She's practicing.
She's really good at that.
All right, I think I have. I can't say all 5 of your losses because I'm split between 2 games, but I know the range in which all 5 losses will take.
And that's what I would expect you would have.
I'm waiting for Amy to come in so I can.
I would think you'd have.
I would
think you'd have that.
Do you have that at least, Austin?
Yeah, I got 3 games, and I'm debating the final 2 at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's just spots. The Eagles' schedule released yesterday, and John Kincade has 5 losses. We're trying to figure out which ones they are.
And I will tell you that last night I almost texted you and said make it 4. Because I'm bullish. I am so bullish on this. I'm bullish on the team, and I'm bullish on the schedule. I think the schedule worked out beautifully.
We got to save the clip from 6:32 this morning where John.
I wrote it down.
John is already saying he's more confident today than he was the day the schedule release of 2024, where he had the Eagles going to the championship
I said I was
game.
this close to saying that, and I think that but I think I'm ready to almost say that.
Say with your chest. Don't do this close thing.
No. I mean, because I'm looking at it because I didn't make that call till May.
Okay.
I mean, a little later last time. I think it was it was summertime. But I'm really close. I love this.
Hold on. This is a big question before we get to the poll. Will Bill Colarulo on Unfiltered today talk about the Commanders?
His Commanders?
Like he did last year.
Oh, they love
as if they were going to win the NFC East.
Oh, yeah, and they were scared of the Commanders. Wow,
Commanders have a rough first.
Oh.
Do you know what their first 4 games are?
No, what is it?
So Eagles, obviously.
It's brutal.
Eagles, at Cowboys, host Seahawks, host Colts. That's your first 4 games
they're
of
1
the
and
season.
3.
And then at the hosting the Giants, we'll see. And then at San Francisco.
I mean, seriously.
That's the first 6 games. They could be 2 and 4.
I already talked to
Bram.
Bram.
Their bye week.
I talked to Bram last night.
They have a rough.
I talked to the voice of the Commanders last night, and because I saw that it was the opener, and I said, "Oh, we got you for the opener." What did he say? And he goes, "Oh my!" He goes, "What a brutal."
Yeah, they got a rough start, man.
Brutal start.
All right, the poll: Bob Myers, Josh Harris, post press conference. Did your hope meter go up or down, Johnny? What would you answer?
Yes.
No, up or down. You said yes.
Oh no, it went up. It went up. No, I'm like you can hear my enthusiasm.
Okay.
My enthusiasm is yes because Bob Myers can hold a press conference. Daryl Morey wasn't good at them.
58% say down.
What?
Yeah, 58% of our voters right now saying down after the press conference yesterday.
I have no clue why. But then again, there's people who are saying that Joshua Harris is cheap, and I can't figure. I don't know.
We'll continue to update you on the poll.
I honestly say I'm not going to say it.
Time now for today's headlines with Austin Jones.
Today's headlines with Austin Jones.
And today's headlines are brought to you by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers, visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. Well, there was a tough debate this time last year of who the 76ers were going to select 3rd overall. A lot of it was VJ Edgecombe or Concanoople. And Concanoople was on Dale Earnhardt's podcast the other day, and they were speaking about his welcome to the NBA movement.
He was on whose podcast?
Dale Earnhardt.
Dale Earnhardt.
Okay.
No, Dale Earnhardt.
It's huge, man. It's huge.
And he does a good job, too. And it is huge.
Andrew, he drinks about beer. He talks about drinking beer a lot. I think you'd like it.
You would like it.
I was not ready to hear that Dale Earnhardt has a podcast.
Well, where's Canoopel playing?
The Charlotte.
Okay.
Is that
that's part of the connection.
Okay.
And Dale is a huge
No, I'm sorry. I'm caught up on the wrong thing.
You're good. You're good. Here's Concanoople's welcome to the NBA moment.
Did you have an NBA moment?
Yeah, I've been saying Andre Drummond, the big from the Sixers. He hit me with a nice screen in the second game of the season. Yeah, that was a tough one. He's a big dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he say anything?
No. Just drilled me.
Yeah.
Well, he did end up saying something, by the way, because he tweeted at Concanoople.
Yes, he did.
After, okay, I didn't know if you had that in the story. Go ahead.
No, you got it.
No,
You're fine. You're fine.
Go.
No, but essentially, Andre Drummond followed up and said, sorry about that, Rook.
Yeah. Said, sorry, Rook. At least you only have to see me 4 times out of 82 games. Plenty more waiting for you. Not here, though.
Yeah, not here.
Sorry, Mr. Drummond.
Big Penguin.
Not here. Not here.
All right, so we got some golf going on locally here, and, we like to have some tough words to enunciate in the Philadelphia area, and there's a viral clip going around of the golfers trying to pronounce some of our local words.
How'd you pronounce that?
No, that sounds Welsh. That looks Welsh.
Give me some help. Ballykinwood, yeah. Sounds like a toilet.
That's literally where I grew up. Ballykinwood.
You got it. You won't be the only one today that get that. Ballykinwood. That's right. I've said it a lot, but I never meant it once. Go Birds!
Go Birds.
And SVP was the one saying go Birds. He's a Commanders fan.
Yes.
Ballykinwood, they actually did pretty well with.
I think they did well with that,
I watched
too.
the whole clip. The one that they really messed up was Schuylkill. Yeah.
Schuylkill's hard.
They couldn't get Schuylkill.
If you're looking at that and you've never heard it before and you're going, huh? And then a couple guys messed up Conshohocken.
Well, Conshohocken is, I don't understand how you can't pronounce it. Because you just phonetically, Conshohocken.
Yeah.
Like it's, like phonetically,
one
you
guy
just
said,
but I guess somebody could say Conshohocken.
Yeah, one guy said Conshohocken. One guy said Conshohocken or something like that.
I guess I could now when I look at that.
When you've
it's
never
like
read
where you put the enunciation on it. Okay,
exactly.
I
By the way, speaking of the tournament at Aronimink so far, credit to Jamie Kennedy, who is the director of digital content for Golf Digest.
The actor?
Right? Boom, not the actor.
Not the actor. It was, by the way, the prank show and everything, which is good.
There were 190 total 3-putts at Augusta this year. So all 4 days, 190 total 3-putts. These are the best golfers in the world, so that should make you all feel better when I tell you there were 127 yesterday.
Jeez. Wow.
The greens are apparently really tough.
They
190 over a span of 4 rounds. 127 yesterday. How about that? Look at me, Andy Goff.
Last one for the day for us here, gentlemen. It's Friday, so Andrew, I'm sure later on you might find yourself maybe having a beer or two later on.
Yesterday was Thursday.
Oh, man, keep it going.
There you go.
Just saying.
But there's an interesting drunk species over in France.
Dude, I saw
If you've
this.
not seen this, give a listen.
Police in rural France issued a warning to drivers to be on the lookout for erratic deer that can be unpredictable when inebriated from fermented fruits. Authorities posted a video alongside their warning, showing a deer moving in unpredictable circles. In spring, some wild animals consume buds, fermented fruits, or decaying plants.
Bro, I watched the guy, this deer that was in the video was on the damn spin cycle.
Just doing donuts.
Dude,
like a dizzy bat.
So it was that bad?
Yeah, really bad. So they're eating whatever fermented fruits out in France.
Really?
And they're getting drunk.
Well, there are
bud.
There were a lot of deer last night in twilight out. So there were a lot of deer out last night. So be careful. Be out there on the roads. There are a lot of deer.
So they got drunk in France and booked a flight to.
No, there's all. Believe me, there's a ton out in Landview. Be careful. Be careful.
Good job, Austin. Connor will be back on Monday. Austin, you've done a great job. So did Sean earlier this week. Sean in Florida. Everybody leaving us this time of year. All right, coming up next, Amy Fadul will join us. It's a Friday with Fadul. Don't forget, Ask Me Amy thing toward the end of the show today. We still have a lot to get to. Kevin Nagandi is going to be joining us coming up at 9 o'clock, but we got to get Amy's takeaways from the Eagles schedule, her takeaways from the press conference that took place yesterday. And also, can we figure out John Kincade's 5 losses? I have the area. I just need to pick the specific games. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What does the future hold for the Sixers? I'm Austin Jones with their Fanatic Sports Update. Bob Myers and Josh Harris spoke to the media yesterday after they relieved Daryl Moore of being president of basketball operations. And in the NBA, it can be difficult to win with a team that has top-heavy salaries. And Bob Myers was asked it, can you still win that way? And here's what he had to say.
The truth is, depth may be more important than it's ever been. Maybe that's the pace of play. Maybe that's what we require of our players more. Not to say that this model doesn't work, but we have to look at what happened this year and be honest about it and see if we got to be honest about, can this model work?
So that's going to leave an interesting future around Joel Embiid and Paul George. Kyle Schwarber's looking to start a new home run streak as he hit his 18th home run of the season that broke a scoreless tie in the 8th inning against the Red Sox last night, and then Johan Duran came in and closed the door. The team is now under 500, now only 2 games under 500, and they're preparing for a weekend series against the Pittsburgh Pirates with Aaron Nola on the mound today at 6:45. The NFL, all the games have been released, and the Eagles have landed multiple primetime games. They have the 26th toughest schedule in the NFL, and they're going to open the season against the Washington Commanders at 4:25 home. Right now, Amy Fadul joins us for the rest of the show, and Kevin Nagandi from ESPN joins us at 9. I'm Austin Jones, your home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic, and the Fanatic app.
The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 8 a.m. on this Friday morning. Happy Friday to all of you. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic, and joining us in studio, she does each and every Friday for the final half of the show from NBC Sports Philadelphia, our favorite, Amy Fadul. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, everyone.
You had a busy day yesterday.
Great day.
At the Mink.
Yes.
At Arana Mink, the golf course. Obviously, it's where the tournament's happening right now. But you also had to catch up on the Sixers press conference, which we'll get your thoughts on that coming up in a few minutes. Coop was very upset with me during the press conference. He wanted me to build Legos. I was like, dude, I got to watch this.
Yeah, I got to pay attention.
And he's like, but it's not a game. And I was like, yeah, you'll understand one day.
He might not. He might not, but it's all right.
But we also had the Eagles schedule release yesterday, Amy. So at some point, you, me, and Austin will do W's and L's because we're cool. John is not cool. John doesn't like to do W's and L's on the air.
Notice I'm not even argued with you.
But John Kincade
I haven't argued with you about that.
Does have 5 losses, and it is our job to figure out what those 5 losses are. We'll do that throughout the course of the show. But Amy, any key takeaways that stood out to you when you first saw the schedule drop yesterday?
I was surprised that the bye week didn't follow London.
That's what we were all
That was my very
expecting,
first thing, because we knew about the London game, and you assumed they don't always do it that way, but they tend to do it that way. So I was like, oh, the amount of primetime games it doesn't. I don't know why it surprises me. I know it's coming,
right?
Because it's the Eagles, and they're a hot ticket across the nation. Everybody wants to see them. They're a great team. I get it, but I'm always surprised, no matter what, of just the sheer number of Thursday night, Sunday night, Saturday. I was like, wow, we got a lot of late night games.
Yeah, a ton, and they are toward the top alongside, and it's all the teams that you kind of expect.
Right.
I went through it this morning. Albert Breer put out the tweet yesterday. 8 teams wound up with 6 or 7 primetime games. Those teams: Cowboys, no shock; Eagles, no shock; Chicago Bears, no shock; Green Bay Packers, Seattle Seahawks, your defending Super Bowl champions; Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, Los Angeles Rams. You're kind of not surprised by
those are contenders. Those are teams that have a fervent fan base, no matter where they are. They show up all over the country, or in our case, all over the world. So the amount of Eagles fans are going to be in London is going to be outrageous.
There's going to be a ton.
It's going to be great.
Got a ton of fans out there. And Jimmy Kemsky did a great job for the Philly Voice doing the advantages and disadvantages of this schedule. One of the advantages, 3 straight home games toward the end of the season. That's a big one. But the disadvantage that's really standing out, and John did not change his tune on his 12 wins, almost 13, even after hearing this. There are 4 opponents that the Eagles are playing that are coming off of a bye this year. And that scares me a little bit.
That's a little tough. That's a lot,
and
actually.
it's in like a
2 of them are
gap.
away. Yeah.
So Panthers game, that's
a
week
home
6. Panthers are coming off of a bye. Week 8, the Commanders are coming off of their week 7 bye. Week 9, the Giants are coming off of their week 8 bye. So you're getting into this almost at the bye week mode where your body's probably banged up at this point, and you're playing 3 teams that are coming off of a week. That freaks me out a little bit.
Yeah, and that's obviously, I don't think I recognize that because, good job, Jimmy Kemsky, because you have to obviously do some kind
look
of.
at all the schedules, yeah.
Okay, I'm glad Jimmy did it and I didn't have to.
Ain't
do
nobody
it.
got time for that.
Exactly.
Want me to give you the
One of them is the Giants, so I'm not like super.
I'll give you the BetUS stat. So this is from BetUS because I did not do this research. BetUS did. The team where we talk about the teams with the extra rest going up against another. When you're talking about a team with extra rest, if there is if it is more than 2 days, so it has to be more than 2 days extra rest considered. When it's an extra rest situation from BetUS, in the last 5 years, the favored team still is winning the game outright 61% of the time.
Okay.
So it might be less though. I mean, but that is the favored team. So if you're still favored, but it could hurt you because that means some favored teams are not winning.
The Eagles bye week is later this year.
Yes, and
they've had it.
You might be able to get this because of Bird's Huddle and everything. I was told yesterday from pretty good source that the Eagles declined the bye week after the London trip.
Really? I had not heard that.
So maybe somebody on the Eagles beat or wherever will be able to confirm that. I was told that they declined it, that you always have the option.
One would think.
And that you have the option.
They wanted it later maybe because they've had it early the last couple of seasons.
And you have the option to decline the bye week after London, and that the Eagles did decline it.
Interesting.
So if someone can confirm that, that would be great.
All right. So, Amy, here are the games or the area of games in which I think John Kincade has a loss.
Has his loss.
And then we'll get your thoughts on the press conference yesterday. Our poll of the day brought to us by Dr. Avedon Appel, Iron Mountain Men's Health, 4 hours strong every single morning. 56% of our audience saying that their hope meter went down after the press conference. Curious where Amy comes into play with that. So I don't think John has the Eagles losing any of the first 2 games, Washington or Tennessee. Austin Jones, who's playing along as well, agrees. Now, Austin, I think John has a loss between one of the Bears-Rams games.
I agree.
I'm not sure which one yet, but I think that's one of the first losses in that gap. I have already said I believe he will take Carolina as a loss. The trip back from London, Carolina coming off of a bye. That's a tough spot for the Eagles. So I have that as one of the losses. What about you, Austin?
I do not have Carolina as a loss this season.
Okay. I have one of the 3 straight NFC East games. Cowboys, Commanders,
Yeah.
Giants.
Yeah.
I went Commanders. Austin went Giants. The reason why I have Commanders, short week, and they are coming off of a bye. Eagles play Monday night the previous week, so they're playing in 6 days. Commanders are coming off of a bye. That's a loss that I have. If I'm doing John's way of thinking.
7, 8, 9 week. Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
One of those.
I agree.
I believe he has them splitting the Cowboys, so I go Thanksgiving loss.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that.
The one that I'm really caught up on right now is there is a gauntlet, and I'm already at 4 losses. And it's Colts, Seahawks, Texans, Niners. I know for a fact, knowing John Kincade as well as I do, he does not have them losing to C.J. Stroud.
Well done.
Know that for a fact. I've not heard anybody else locally despise C.J. Stroud more than John Kincade.
He cut his hair, though. He's ready to rock and roll this year.
Oh, yeah. That'll do it.
So I don't think that's a loss. So it's either one of the Colts Seahawks games or that San Francisco game. Does he have them winning Colts, Seahawks, Texans 3 straight?
He might.
That's where I'm
caught up. And then on the
up.
road to the Niners?
That's where I'm caught up the most right now.
Okay.
All right. So we'll try to figure this out.
Try to figure it out.
Am I right, Church?
I think you said some things in there that if people were watching on YouTube, they got some clues. That
I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at Amy.
You brought up some good points.
All right.
I think so. I didn't try to hide my.
Okay.
I've done some process of eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. And I really appreciate that, by the way, as someone who is extremely analytical, like way too analytical. I appreciate your thought process into this. Has been very solid.
Every once in a while, I give the hamster a Celsius, and then it starts
going.
It starts spinning a little bit faster. Usually, it's the opposite effect of what I do at night that makes it slow down a lot. But every once in a while, I could kick it into gear. All right, your thoughts on the press conference yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was a good departure from what we had seen as far as the straightforwardness in certain aspects. I think Bob Myers is going to be pretty involved, not just in the search, we know that, but involved in the basketball operations of it all. That's his background. I know his role is head of sports, which is a great job.
Head of sports.
Isn't that great?
I want to be head of sports. For all of the properties.
You sort of are over
Sure,
there.
yeah.
I mean, you really are.
I don't know if I'm head of them.
I see you on
I
almost
certainly
everything.
cover them all.
I see you on almost everything.
But I think that, given his background, I don't think it's going to be a surprise that he's going to be working in tandem with whoever the new ops guy is, president of basketball operations guy. So I think that there's his background and the success he had with the Warriors. I think he's also able to identify some young executives out there in winning organizations. I think that's really important. When people are like, oh, well, who are they going to get? I was like, there's going to be names. You could throw out names. You don't know these people. It's not going to be, I would be surprised if it's a retread of somebody that, is super well known. Not that people know front office people really well, but I would think you would look at winning organizations and try to identify some young executives within them that are going to be up and comers type of vibe. That's what I took away from what Bob Myers is looking for.
I said it. Yeah, I said it earlier in the show, and I'm glad you said it because we didn't talk to you about it off air. Is that my instinct was listening to him was he's going to still be here after he hires this guy, not meddling,
no,
but overseeing. And that tells me we're getting a first-timer in that elevated, that higher role. But somebody that he identifies as being, this is an up-and-comer.
Yeah, I think that that's the right call to make with this team. I think you have to have somebody that is innovative. Let's just be honest. Innovative, creative, work outside the box, whatever kind of catchphrases you want to use, because they are really hamstrung by what they are operating with and trying to build a team. And I don't mean talent-wise. They got lots of talent. There's no surprise by that. We know what this team is capable of. But if you're building a team, most teams do not have, actually, no teams have 3 players making 40-plus.
So let's play a clip that, to me, there was a lot of GM speak, as you can imagine, and there was a lot of.
It was very polished, but I appreciate that.
He could run for president.
I did too.
He could run for president right now and get votes because of the way he speaks. he definitely did the whole "we're gonna work hard" and like he
Yeah,
said.
thank you for that.
You know, yeah, all right, you're gonna work hard.
How
I'm
much you
glad.
make in a year? Yeah, I expect you to
Better
work hard. Thanks for that. Bravo.
But the very last question and answer I thought was the most impactful about what we can maybe expect this offseason, or at least moving forward, because we'll see how quickly, if you can, move off some of these contracts. Bob Myers was asked about having 3 max contracts on his roster, and take a listen to his answer that I think kind of tells you exactly what he believes is going on in the NBA right now.
Well, we didn't get it done this year with 3 guys, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. I don't totally. I think I know where you're going, and I think it's a smart question. In that, what's the modern roster supposed to look like with the second apron, really, which is oftentimes operates as kind of a hard cap. Depth may. The truth is, depth may be more important than it's ever been. Maybe that's the pace of play. Maybe that's what we require of our players more. Not to say that this model doesn't work, but we have to look at what happened this year and be honest about it and see if. We got to be honest about, can this model work, right? And that's really the question. And also understanding that depth is key, and you only have a certain amount of resources to spend. So that's something, that's all part of the questions. It's all part of what we need to figure out going forward.
And let's face it, they had one legitimate playable guy off the bench, and even Quentin Grimes had limitations. The other 2 were necessity. Like, Joel Embiid can't play every minute, so somebody stand there.
Some tall human.
And you know what? That's kind of what Andre Drummond did, was stand there. And then Adem Bona was, hey, try not to screw up. And he did that a lot.
Try not to foul every second.
Well, that's the hard part for him.
Yeah, like he's not good at basketball. Sorry to tell people that. The Sixers need a bench. And to Bob Myers' point, it's kind of hard to have a bench when 3 of your players are accumulating. What's the percentage of their cap, do you think? Just those 3 guys. It's got to be
90.
Right. Like they take up so much of the cap.
Next year it's like 56, 54, and 40.
So does that give you an idea of, all right, Bob Myers will probably not be a big 3 guy, because he also realizes that's the way the NBA is going. Somehow Daryl Morey did not. And do you believe he's definitely going to try to move off of one of the 2 contracts this offseason?
I mean, my gut instinct is absolutely. I think as successful as Bob Myers has been, he realizes what the NBA is turning into and what it's become. And you need, I feel like I'm beating the dead horse. You have to have more than 6 players.
Yeah.
Even if your best players, look at the Bucks. Even if your best player is one of the best players in the world, you still need more humans than that.
Yeah.
Humans that can do more than one thing, I should say, too. So absolutely. If it was me and the way that I think that the Bob Myers is running this team, is he going to try to move off of one of the big contracts? Absolutely. The limitations that it gives the Sixers is just, the pros and cons are just completely out of whack. You have to be able to move off of one of those if you want to sign any meaningful players, instead of just, guys for pennies on the dollar. You can't just have humans to have humans for the sake of, I need a basketball team and I got to go 12 down. You need actual players.
Yeah, like I'm sorry. I know he's a local guy. Kyle Lowry should not have been on this bench.
No.
Like that was a waste. And so was Eric Gordon early on in the year. Like, you need not just bodies, to your point, bodies that can do something. Kyle Lowry was Udonis Haslem.
People under 35.
Well, what did you feel, though, was the message yesterday was supportive? It was supportive, but it wasn't effusive support of Nick Nurse.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting situation, because I think we talked about it on Tuesday. It's unusual, highly unusual in any sport where you have the GM and the coach are not intricately linked.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? It's very strange for one to be fired. Now, if you're going to fire one, usually you fire the coach. And then the GM's later to go. This is what the Sixers did before. I think that there's a lot of respect for Nick Nurse. I think there's a lot of respect for what he was able to do with this team. I just want to reiterate one thing. They had 21 games of 82. 21 where Nick Nurse and his coaching staff had Joel Embiid, Tyrese Maxey, and Paul George. 21. I think that's when you go through and you're looking at the things that why keep Nick Nurse, that's going to be out there. When they had no Paul George for 25 games. In those 25 games, Joel Embiid missed 19, Tyrese Maxey missed 9. They went 13-12. That's pretty good, considering who was playing out there. No offense to these players, but I'm just going to name them. Dominic Barlow, Andre Drummond, Justin Edwards, who I really appreciate, Quentin Grimes. VJ Edgecombe played all of them. That's not you don't look at that roster and think, wow, they won 13 games. They had some really good wins in that span. They had a great win in Portland, who's a very good team. So I think when you're looking at why he has, not effusive, but a healthy amount of respect for Nick Nurse, I think Bob Myers looks at what he was able to do this year with what he had and thought, all right, why not give this guy another?
Does it limit you in any way you believe in hiring a new basketball operations guy when they can't hire their own coach?
Yeah, I don't know that it limits you in the fact that you're not going to get your guy. I think it does limit you in the scope of what you're looking for. But I think that generally you need to be a little bit limited. You have to have somebody in line. So when you're having these conversations, I'm sure Bob Myers and Nick Nurse are having these conversations, visions of this team. Here's what I've got. I'm Bob Myers. Here's what I've got. This is what I think. You tell me what you think. Nick Nurse is going to say, you know who I would really like? And he's going to probably have his list because this is what so that's going to be the step one. I think it's usually 3 or 4 steps down the road because you would have that conversation with your new president of basketball operations. But I think in this case, it's going to limit their scope in not necessarily a bad way.
Yeah.
Not necessarily a bad way, as long as they're on the same page of what they want.
I just worry about it, Andrew, because of the fact is, if you keep Nurse around, the new head of basketball operations is going to want to give him a legit shot by getting him players that fit what he wants to do. And then do you go get players that fit what Nick Nurse wants to do that don't fit if they have to make a coaching change?
Yeah, I think the idea is that you want it. The president of basketball operations has his own things, and there's some compromise in between.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of the takeaway that I'm hoping for. I thought it was really interesting. Bob Myers had some comments about, and it's a view of leadership I've long shared. You don't want some leader that thinks they've got every single thing figured out.
Right.
No
one wants that.
He mentioned team so many times, and not team like players, like team like
he came
front
from the
office.
Warriors.
Yeah.
To me, the mark of a great leader is recognizing you have certain shortcomings and surrounding yourself with people that fill in those gaps. You cannot do it all by yourself. I think that that's a tendency when you are a president of any kind of operations, baseball, basketball, whatever. I've got all the answers because that's kind of your role. But to recognize yourself as like, all right, well, maybe I'm not as well versed into what the league is doing right now. Maybe I'm kind of tunnel vision on this. Maybe I need to recognize what the East is doing specifically. Mm-hmm. And then so you draw someone. I would be very surprised if it's not somebody, a new president of basketball operations, is not somebody, one, from a winning organization, and two, that is completely unfamiliar with the East. I would think you would have to have somebody that has some kind of background about how the East operates and I don't mean like the East, just the NBA East, right? I mean how things operate in the Northeast as far as Philadelphia
there's
is concerned.
a name that I'm really
New York is concerned.
I'm intrigued by Howard, who obviously broke the Morey story before anybody else, and you heard him on with Middays with Mark earlier this week. Howard Eskin said one of the names to keep an eye on is Andre Iguodala. And I'm really intrigued. I know he's bright in terms of his business side of things, post-playing career. He knows the town. He knows the organization. And, who did he finish the majority of his career with?
Warriors.
And
very good with the Warriors.
And who was with the Warriors?
Yep.
Bob Myers was with the Warriors. If we're talking about maybe grooming a protege, that kind of sounds like a decent idea. Amy, your thoughts? Iggy?
Yeah. I mean, he certainly is familiar with the East. I think that would be a really big job. It's not to say he can't do it, but there's some serious messes to clean up as far as getting this thing back on track.
I think Bob Myers cleans the messes.
Right.
I think Iguodala's there and learns.
One of the names that I have heard a couple out there from a winning organization used to be with the Sixers is Vince Rodman.
Interesting.
Ooh, okay.
Right. I know Sam Hinkie's a big Vince Rodman
Yes,
guy.
he is.
He was also a big Daryl Morey guy. All right, coming up next, believe it or not,
I'm walking on air.
we can have winners and losers of a schedule release day. I found an article this morning from NFL.com.
Oh, winners and losers.
Wait, how do you lose schedule day?
Yeah, how do you lose that?
So I'm excited to find out.
They'll tell you how.
Some of the coverage was terrible.
The winners and losers, and somebody on Fox has already played out the entire season.
Yes, of course they have. Perfect.
It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What does the future hold for the Sixers? I'm Austin Jones with your Fanatic Sports Update. Bob Myers and Josh Harris spoke to the media yesterday in regards to relieving Daryl Morey of his president of basketball operations duties. Bob Myers also met with John Clark of NBC Sports Philadelphia, who was asked, can Joel Embiid still be a centerpiece of this franchise? And Bob Myers gave some interesting comments.
He's got to commit to it. And it sounds like he's willing to commit to it, go into the offseason and come in healthy, not coming off a procedure, not blaming him, but not coming off some incident where he wasn't ready for camp, but being ready for camp, because to build a great team, you got to be ready from the get-go.
Kyle Schwarber is on top of the MLB home run list as he hit his 18th home run last night to break a scoreless tie in the 8th inning. Then Johan Duran came in and closed the door on the Red Sox for a Phillies series win. The team is 2 games under 500 as they prepare for the Pittsburgh Pirates in Pittsburgh, with Aaron Nola on the mound tonight for a first pitch at 6:45. The NFL schedule has been released, and the Eagles have the 26th toughest schedule in the NFL. The Birds are set to open against the Commanders at home for a 4:25 kickoff in Week 1. Amy Fadul is joining us for the rest of the show, and Kevin Agandi joins us at 9:05. This update's brought to you by Staples. It's Staples' 40th anniversary, and they've got deals worth celebrating now through May 23rd. Enjoy up to 50% off. Save on paper, chairs, custom print, balloons, and more. Staples, that was easy. I'm Austin Jones, your home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
All right, believe it or not, you can have winners and losers following the NFL schedule release. There is an article on NFL.com by Eric Edholm, who did the winners and losers of the NFL schedule.
I'm dying to know how you lose schedule day.
He's a great dude, by the way.
We will
Really
let you
good
know, are the Eagles a winner or a loser?
They should be a winner
They're a big winner.
of schedule day.
Big winner in my book.
I thought the
way they handled schedule day was really good.
it was a fun schedule release.
Andrew wasn't very impressed with it.
No?
No, he didn't really like it.
I didn't finish the video.
See,
It was like, all right, they're just kind of sitting at a table and reacting. I'll just Google the schedule. Like, it's all good. By the way, I knew the schedule at 3:30. Like, the way this wasn't leaks yesterday.
Yeah, it was full on
This was-
releases.
like a dam opened up. Like we knew
it was
the entire.
It was
schedule.
one after another after another.
It's
I was like,
more every year.
I was like, oh,
Yeah,
like there's only one game I don't know about.
I don't think it was 4:00 yet, and I was like, oh well, if this is true,
This has to happen,
We
or-
have the Eagles schedule. It was crazy.
It's like NFL free agency. You already know everything by the time it's official.
Yeah,
it's sort of like June 1st is going to be for us.
I won't be
or
here,
June
though.
2nd for
Yeah,
you,
I won't
Andrew,
be
when
here.
you show up as Shefty scolded you.
Damn right he did. By the way, Austin Jones, our insider, our
Intrepid.
our front office insider, Austin Jones, he did his crackpot research here. The numbers of Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey, they combined for $144 million last year. The team spent $193.
Oh my God!
That's 74% of the money that was spent last year by the Sixers was those three players.
It's criminal.
So, yeah, you can't win this way. Like, you have to move off of one of these contracts, and you have to be able to afford other players than Kelly Oubre, because that's like the only thing I keep on hearing is they got to get Kelly Oubre back. I like Kelly Oubre. No problem with him.
Any
It was the best 3-point shooting of his career.
Yeah,
he's a good defender.
Like, I like him. It's just
Done.
I can't believe it's like that's the number one thing
they've
they have
got
to do.
get Kelly Oubre back should never be a sentence.
So the number
It's
one
like,
thing
okay,
is
Kelly Oubre's back. What else
that's
can we do?
That's exactly.
What else can we do?
Or it's good that we got Kelly Oubre
Yeah,
back.
what else
Now
can we do?
what? Yeah,
but
exactly.
But it should never be. We've got to get Kelly Oubre
I mean,
back.
this is not rocket science. We just saw what they need. You just saw it.
Talented players.
You need length,
And more of them.
3-point shooting.
Yeah, it's
That's
really
what you need.
really not
what you
that
needed
hard.
last year. It's what you needed at the trade deadline, and it's what you need right now.
And you need to have like two of each of those.
Yeah.
Not like one.
One
I
from
mean,
mile
literally,
2, one from mile 3.
We were at the trade deadline, and we're like, what do you think they should
Well,
do?
they should get a backup big. They should get a this. They should get a that. And it was like, no, we're just going to trade away Jared McCain, and that's it. Call it a day. All right. NFL.com, winners and losers.
Winners and losers of schedule day.
Really?
With the NFL's 2026 schedule released in its entirety, I wanted to award some winners and losers, not just teams, but
on,
also
Eric.
coaches and players who either
players lost.
benefited from the way the schedule was arranged or faced some extra challenges because of it. Here are some of the things that stood out to me. So one of the winners, and he's right, and part of me wonders, did the NFL give this team a little bit of a break? The Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, because they have the Week 5 bye, 2 of their first 4 opponents aren't all that tough. I still think he's going to be playing Week 1, because why would they put Broncos-Chiefs as the Monday night matchup, the first Monday night matchup, and it not have Mahomes in it?
Here it is, too. Something I did not know yesterday until I watched NFL Live. ESPN made that choice, not the NFL.
Interesting.
Yeah, so there's no way
that is the NFL, these television partners, they draft these games. When you make these purchases, they draft them. This is not the NFL saying put Patrick Mahomes Week 1 on. This is ESPN taking a gamble that Mahomes is available. I have no idea why they do that, especially when something like Bills Lions was not an option for them. People are saying, well, Bills Lions would have been the perfect game for Week 1. That wasn't an option. You're given, these TV networks are given, here's the proposed schedule for Week 1. This is the
Right,
Week
here
1.
are your options.
Now bid.
What do you want?
Now we're going to bid, and they have their little bidding schedule.
It's good that they can call Adam Schefter at any time and say, hey, Shefty, do you think Patrick Mahomes is going to be playing Week 1?
And I don't think that they, it's the way it broke.
So the Eagles are one of the 5 winners, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Oh, that's right. Only 5 winners.
On
Well, they're
schedule
a big
release
winner.
day.
They're a big winner.
The Philadelphia Eagles, here's why they are a winner. I can't believe we have an article of winners and losers. That might be worse than W's and L's for you, Johnny.
It might be worse, yes.
All right, last season, the Eagles became the first team to repeat as NFC East champs in more than 20 years, and they appear to be in strong enough position to make it 3 straight division titles now that we've seen what looks to be a very favorable schedule. Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts might be facing some pressure, and A.J. Brown might soon be gone. Not might, will be. But this is a slate the Eagles can take advantage of, even with 5 primetime games and an overseas trip on tap. After opening with the Commanders and Titans, things get thicker, especially with the Bears, Rams, Jaguars cluster. But there's nothing treacherous thereafter. Yes, the Eagles have 3 different pairs of back-to-back road games. They also have 3-game homestand over the holidays in December, which is nice timing against quality opponents, Colts, Seahawks, Texans. Even with 2 roadies to close out the season, including Week 17 at San Fran, the Eagles' schedule lays out pretty nicely, featuring a well-placed bye in Week 10. He's got him as a winner. John?
I think it's an easy winner.
Great.
It's an easy choice.
It's only 5, though. Only 5 winners.
Only 5 winners.
Does that mean everybody else is
It's
a
an
loser, or
easy
there's people that
choice.
just like are
No, he only has
flat?
4 losers. The winners were Mahomes and the Chiefs, Aaron Glenn, the Green Bay Packers, the Eagles, and the Saints. The losers were the Niners, Ben Johnson, the Miami Dolphins. They're just going to lose because they stink, and Mike LaFleur. The other
Mike
loser.
LaFleur.
So there you go. There's your winners and losers.
Couple of coaches.
LaFleur.
Now let's go even one step further. Henry McKenna of Fox Sports has the whole season.
It's already done?
It's not, he has their records.
We
He's
have to
trying to
show
jump.
up.
He's trying to jump the annual. That's what Pete Prisco does. He's trying to jump the Prisco arc.
He has the playoff seedings.
Oh, come on. No, you do it. If you do the whole season, you have the playoff seedings.
In the AFC,
yeah, but you do.
the Broncos will earn the 1
Please
seed.
bookmark that so we can come back to it later.
Broncos will be the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Oh.
The Bengals will be the 2 seed. Jacksonville, the winners of the South, will be the 3 seed. Buffalo will be the winners of the AFC East.
The
They'll be
Bengals
the
are
4th
the 2 seed.
Yes. Baltimore, your 5th seed as a wild card team. Chargers, 6th seed as a wild card team. And the Patriots will sneak in as the 7th seed.
Sneaky little Patriots.
Now we have the NFC.
Well, they're sneaky, all right.
Yeah, they are.
So we
At
go
least the
from
coaches.
biggest losers being the San Francisco 49ers in one article. Another article has the Niners as the number 1
They're the number 1
seed
overall
in the,
seed.
in the NFC.
Sounds like a winner to me.
Lions as the 2 seed. The
Okay.
Eagles as the winners of the NFC East for the 3rd straight year. They will be the 3 seed, and they will be the lone representative of the NFC East in the playoffs.
Oh.
Saints, winners of the South, as your 4 seed, and then the wild card teams, Seahawks, Rams, Bears. So 3 teams in the NFC West again. 2 teams in the NFC North with the Lions and the Bears.
Yeah. I don't think that there's any real surprise on that.
They're not going to be the 3 seed, but
No.
I can agree. with it.
All those teams sound about right.
Yeah.
But wait, there's more.
Oh, but wait.
He has the Eagles losing in the NFC wild card round.
Stop it.
Rams beat the Eagles 24-20.
Has he have any history about how those games go?
I don't know. He's got the Super Bowl, too. He's got the Broncos beating the Niners 29-28. He has scores. The Eagles will be losing to the Rams 24-20.
Is there any methodology behind this that he says?
He smoked a lot of weed last night and said, "Let me bang out this article."
I feel like this is something that I would ask. Like I would ask my 11-year-old because that would be something that Shawnee would be so jazzed to do. He would give you the entire playoff scenario right now and scores because it's not based in reality. It's just based in like, hey, it's just a fun exercise. 29-28. Broncos beat the who?
Beat the Niners.
Niners.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both
That's
1 seeds,
interesting.
by the way. Both 1 seeds.
And the 1 seeds
going
make it all the way.
and
Yeah.
winning the
And
Super
a 1-point Super Bowl.
The Niners.
We clicked on it though.
Eric, I just do not. I do not agree with Eric's work. I admire his hustle. I do not agree with his work, though.
You ready for Bo Nix versus Brock Purdy?
No.
In the Super Bowl, man.
No. I'd be fine. I admire what Bo has done. Admire what Bo has completed.
I think we all can. The Brock Purdy thing can just stop.
Yeah, I would
we
look
can stop
forward to that
with
to be done. All right, what do we have on the text line? Davis on the text line.
Is
You
it
can
the
feel
Mr.
the
Irrelevant
Davis
part?
difference. Check him out in Burlington. What do we got, Austin?
Yeah, our guy Mike in Turnersville got a little worked up. He said, I had to pull over my car because I was about to puke after hearing all the excuses for Nick Nurse. Are we sure we would play better guys if they were on the bench? If he would play guys if they were better players on the bench. He didn't play McCain. His strategy against the Knicks was laughable outside of Embiid. Every other player quit before Game 4 started versus the Knicks. Nurse won a title on a lucky bounce from Kawhi, playing his mind out.
So we had a comment on our YouTube chat. 215 Legend, also very anti-Nick Nurse, is amazed by the love affair we have with Nick Nurse. I'll make this
seems strong.
First of all,
I'll make this
love
clear.
affair?
Nick Nurse, what have I said about Kevin Long the last 3 years of us work, or 2.5 years of us working?
You always say that he can't take the blame.
No. I've said he could get hired, signed to a 10-year extension right now.
And it wouldn't make a difference.
Or he could get fired right now, and I wouldn't think much would change. If Nick Nurse got fired because they wanted to do the tandem firing of Daryl Morey and Nick Nurse, I go, all right, that makes sense. You have the new president of basketball operations.
Brings in his own guy.
Pick his guy. If Nick Nurse stays, what has he done that you really say he was really bad at this? I
think Nick deserves to stay.
Yeah, I think that people are conflating when we give out reasons, because that's the question is, why would Nick Nurse stay? Well, here's some reasons that a general manager or a front office or whomever you want to call who's running the front office, we'll just call it for all-encompassing purposes, why would you keep the coach? Here are reasons that they probably spoke to. He didn't have his full roster complement. You had guys that came off the bench that were not productive offensively. You hamstrung him by not getting anybody at the trade. Like, there are reasons behind that. So
to that text,
exactly.
Who was scoring off the bench? The guy was like, our texter just said, would he even play guys off the bench if they got new guys?
Wait a minute, though. That's a fair question.
It depends on who those guys are.
He let Jared McCain.
Yes,
did
and
he give Jared McCain a fair shake?
No, I don't believe that he did.
Nobody believes. I don't think any ex-NBA players that are.
But everybody else, like who that didn't play, are you playing?
He tried Trendon Watford. That worked out for a little bit.
We were at the game,
and then it didn't. He used Justin Edwards on occasion. That's a matchup. Justin Edwards is a fine role player. A 9, the ninth guy.
It's a bunch of
five role players.
Like, I like Justin Edwards.
Yes, but you're like fine role player.
I like him just fine.
Yeah.
I like him just fine.
That's bad news.
All right,
but I mean, he's your 9th guy, though.
I know, but no guy wants to hear that.
You need to have a 6th guy. You need to have a 6 and a 7.
And those you don't have those.
6, 7?
Yeah.
Oh,
There we
gosh.
go.
All right, coming up next.
You did not have those.
He doesn't even know what it is. And he still goes yuck.
Did ownership green light the most discussed trade from the NBA this past season? Josh Harris was asked about it. He also talked about the luxury tax. We'll talk about that next with you here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Phillies are playing at a different level under
All right, it's 8:47 here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. Coming up at 9 o'clock, our man Kevin Nagandi will join us from ESPN. Can't wait to talk to Kevin because not only is he, just like all of us, a big Philadelphia sports fan, so we can get his reaction to the Eagles' schedule coming out, the Sixers press conference yesterday, but Kevin's at ESPN, where Bob Myers worked for a couple of years. So I'm curious, has Kevin had many run-ins with Bob Myers and just how bright he is? Because that's all you hear about Bob Myers is that he is a
he
very
won 4 championships
bright mind.
Yes.
running that front office.
But not just basketball, like just business, like just everything.
I think you saw that in the presentation. I was like, well, this is just the way that it gave a confident air, and I think for a fan base that is looking for some kind of stability, and knowledge. We don't ask for a lot here in Philadelphia. We ask for people to seem like they know what they're doing, be confident in that, and not have this volatility of this question of like, well, I got it figured out. I'm not going to tell you, but I got this. I don't know that you do got it.
Can you figure it out?
I don't know if you do got it, but I felt like the way that the press conference was, I thought it was about as transparent as they could have been.
Sure.
You don't want to give away all the secrets of what you're looking for.
You don't have the guy hired yet.
You don't know. That's going to be another press conference. But here's the direction we're going. Here's what we're looking for in a president of basketball operations. Here's the direction of this team. That's what people want to know. They want to know the direction of the team. And if you think about it, this has been a very interesting time in a much bigger interesting time of the Sixers.
Yeah.
The process era was a wild time.
Sure was.
It did not work in the way that they wanted it to. There's aspects of the process that worked. It didn't work as a whole.
It basically led to where you were at before the process, which is
correct. Which is why we're back in this the 7 or 8 seed.
Bad contracts.
6. You're stymied by some contracts that are tough to get out
stymied. I like the stymied word.
We're basically right back where we were.
So it's like I think you're in a good place with some of the young players, but you still have some things to clean up. And I appreciated the way the press conference was handled. I thought, well, at least they're giving us some kind of here's what we're looking for. Here's the goal we're setting out to do. Let us know. We'll let you know when we get there because we're hoping we're on the right road. Type of vibe.
Josh Harris was also at the press conference. There was it was very Howie and Nick for a while, where like Nick kind of sat there, and Howie was answering all the questions.
Yeah.
At one point,
didn't you feel that way?
Well, at one point, Bob Myers literally said, "Can somebody ask Josh a question? This is weird."
He just looks like. He was like, all right.
Like, can somebody talk to that guy? He needed a drink of water. So here's Josh Harris. He was being point blank asked about the trade of Jared McCain. Like, hey, did you have your hand in this? Were you involved with this? This is not the luxury tax question. We'll play that one next. This was just, hey, did you give the green light, the thumbs up to trade Jared McCain?
Yeah, so the way these things work generally with something like that is the front office makes a recommendation, and then ownership, which included Bob at that point, we okayed it. So I think we were involved in it. It was part of a bigger plan. It's not. I wouldn't say that. As Bob said, we don't know the outcome of that trade right now. We are sitting here with the 22nd pick, but I understand what you're saying, and I understand the question, and I heard all, and obviously I understand the view of it here. So I think that right now we're focused on what do we do with all the assets we got in that trade, and we'll know whether that trade was a good trade or not a good trade over the next year or two. And but yes, that's the way it works.
It's a very smart basketball answer. You'll find out in 2 years. It wasn't a necessary trade, but you heard him mention it. It was the part of a bigger plan. They thought they had another deal in the works, and Daryl Morey misread the market.
Okay.
Big time.
I'm sure there were deals
clear.
out there. I think that's one of the things that is, when you look at what doomed him, that was the death knell.
Yeah.
There was other things. That's the death knell because you did not turn it into whether you had deals that were already like locked in place. Hey, if we get this, this, and this, are you guys interested? Yeah. And then they don't come to fruition. I get it. Those things happen in front offices across all sports. But when you've had the other missteps and then you put in a player that has now turned out to be a pretty nice player on a winning team, that's tough. That's a death knell.
Do you believe that it's the job that that executives always have a deal in place before they make the first deal?
I mean,
that's sort of what I feel too. But I wonder
think he had deals. I think that there were like, hey, if we get this, this, and this, would you guys be interested? Yeah, I think that there was probably things that were like, hey, we might be interested. How interested? Like, what? How do we sweeten the pot? And then, maybe when the other team kicked the tires on it, they were like,
well, so here's
not as enamored with that.
So you may be jump, meaning you may be jump going, yeah.
I think you have like a good feel for it. I think you think that it's going to turn into something based on both conversations you have with other front offices and your past experiences. I think that's how general managers operate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wondered if we're being too. Is there anything where we're being like just absolutely too harsh?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think there was like a deal that was like absolutely going to happen, and
I think
the other team
Daryl
let him
Morey,
down to the degree of this.
Even before this trade, and I've talked about this on the air, in conversations with people, that Daryl Morey has misread markets multiple times here. Very much less stressful, like the whole Jared McCain trade. A couple of years ago, it was my understanding that he really believed that he was going to be able to land Robin Lopez in the buyout market.
He blew the buyout market multiple years.
Because he thought players were actually going to be bought out, and then they never were. Then it was, oh, crap, what do we do? It was my understanding that Robin Lopez was one of those names, and Enes Kanter was like the backup plan because they needed a backup big. And they ended up with Willie Cauley-Stein because that was the only guy that was available to a 10-day contract, and he wasn't good at basketball either. So Daryl Morey's misread the market a couple times. This one far more egregious because you traded away a player.
I think this year that they thought they were going to get people in the buyout market. I think a lot of people thought like a Chris Middleton would have been available, things like that.
Mm-hmm. And there's also the players that you knew would get bought out. Oh, he's going to come here. Wesley Matthews was that name 55 years in a row.
Not an automatic.
And then he goes elsewhere. And Daryl Morey has misread that a couple.
You can get one or two of those, but when you're starting to get 5 of those and 6 of those, it's like, okay, maybe we're going in the wrong direction here.
All right, coming up next, our man Kevin Negandhi joins us. He's worked with Bob Myers. We can talk to him about that. He's also a Philadelphia sports fan. How many wins and losses does he have on the Eagles' schedule?
Did he think that the Eagles won schedule day?
We'll ask him that next here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What does the future hold? I'm Austin Jones with your Fanatic Sports Update. Bob Myers and Josh Harris spoke to the media yesterday after the organization relieved Daryl Morey of his president obligations. Bob Myers met with John Clark of NBC Sports Philadelphia, who asked if Joel Embiid can still be a centerpiece of this team. And Bob Myers had this to say in regards to that question.
He's got to commit to it. And it sounds like he's willing to commit to it, go into the offseason and come in healthy, not coming off a procedure, not blaming him, but not coming off some incident where he wasn't ready for camp, but being ready for camp, because to build a great team, you got to be ready from the get-go.
Kyle Schwarber's looking to begin another home run streak as he hit his 18th home run on the season last night. That broke a scoreless 8th inning 0-0 tie with the Red Sox, and then Johan Duran came in and closed the door on the Red Sox for another Phillies series win. The team is 2 games under 500 with a weekend series in Pittsburgh starting today. First pitch is going to be at 6:45 with Aaron Nola on the mound. In the NFL, the schedule has been released for all 32 teams. The Eagles are set to have the 26th toughest schedule in the NFL, and the Birds are going to open the season against the Commanders at home with kickoff slated for 4:25. Amy Fadul joins us Amy Fadul is in studio for the rest of the show, and Kevin Negandhi joins us at 9 o'clock. I'm Austin Jones, your home, the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic, and the Fanatic app.
The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Supercharge your brand with a powerful mix of radio, streaming audio, and digital solutions, and ensure your business gets the exposure it needs. Reach your audience during their morning commute or online with customized local advertising that delivers results. With comprehensive tools and expert guidance, we transform local businesses into household names. Partner with us for a marketing campaign that drives success and watch your business grow. Connect with us today to get started. Visit 975thefanatic.com/advertise.
Philly is built different. We respect hard work. We respect straight talk. So if you're injured, don't fall for a cheap gimmick. Hi, I'm Mike Spear, the accident lawyer. Choose a hometown law firm that keeps it simple, listens to you, guides you, and
say, don't worry, we will.
Four straight, but 3 pretty close together. 4 weeks this year where the Eagles are playing an opponent that is coming off of their bye week. Only the Chargers have that as well. There are 14 teams in the NFL this year that are not playing anybody coming off of a bye. The Eagles have 4.
See, that's kind of crazy. The 4 is a lot, but then you see the sheer number of people that are not having to experience that at any point of their 18-week schedule.
Yeah, that's nuts to me. And then, of course, we're also reacting to the Sixers press conference yesterday. Our poll of the day brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel and Iron Mountain Men's Health, 4 hours strong every single morning, thanks to him. After the Bob Myers and Josh Harris press conference, did your hope meter go up or down? It's actually gotten closer, which means more people have gone up. as we've gotten later on in the day. 53% say their hope meter has gone down. 47% say up. I don't know what you heard yesterday that would make it go down. Now, I'm not saying that there was anything that I was like, yeah,
let's do it.
Let's do it. Bob Myers is going to lead us to the promised land. But I didn't hear anything that I was like, wow, I'm really disappointed.
No, nothing should disappoint you. It's too early.
I don't think you walked away feeling like this is it. We've got everything in place. The thing that I came away from after I watched it later was, all right, there's a direction.
Yeah.
I feel that they've got, a handle on what they're looking for.
Absolutely. I feel like
that's really all you needed to hear.
Yes, I got the message.
Because the president of basketball operations guy isn't here yet.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how anybody's hope went down.
That one could take my hope down after they hire that
guy. Because then you could have opinions about because that is the person that's going to have their thumbprint on where this team is going.
Even though we know that Bob Myers will be
very involved.
And Darryl told you nothing using 50 words. Like,
except for that he sold high on.
He'd wander around and blah,
he
blah,
made
blah,
that one clear.
So.
All right, joining us now here on Kincade and Salciunas. It is also a Friday with Fadul, so Amy in studio with us for the rest of the show. From ESPN, he may know Bob Myers a little bit more than some of us because of Bob Myers' time at the network. Our man Kevin Nagandi joins us. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How we doing? And Amy, how are we doing all?
We're doing wonderful. Before we do W's and L's, Bob Myers is obviously going to be the leader for finding the new president of basketball operations for the Philadelphia 76ers. The two of you worked at ESPN for some time. Curious how many run-ins you had with Bob Myers and what you think of the person.
I'm a big fan of Bob Myers, big fan. I like Darryl as well, so make sure everybody understands that. I think that Bob, so I worked extensively with Bob at the NBA draft. As well as the NBA playoffs. He's brilliant. He sees the big picture. He understands. I feel like the Sixers, if Bob's in control and the final decisions, will be in a really good place. So with this whole process, I can't wait to see what happens next because I think that it'll play a huge role in the domino effect on how the organization is shaped and the future. The message, I think, was clearly sent that you can't get swept regardless of the Celtics series and how it ended. You can't get swept by the Knicks. You can't have Knicks fans infiltrate the area. And I think that I want to tell everybody, too, this is not one of those, hey, we hire a guy, it's solvable, because you also have two major contracts with players that are not healthy and do not give you, 70 games on the schedule, so you have to figure everything else out around their contracts.
Do you think that he is hiring a protege type, or do you think he's going to try to hire somebody that has more of a reputation of doing this before?
I think he's going to hire the best person possible for this specific situation. I know that doesn't answer your question, John, but I actually think that Bob won't look for a protege. He'll look for somebody who is the best possible person that can handle this situation and the person that actually wants the situation. Because the first couple years aren't going to be that great trying to figure it out. And I think sometimes people forget the position Darryl was put in when he first got here. He had to deal with Ben Simmons. You've got to figure that out. You had to figure out the Al Horford contract. So there's some things that, I think Darryl look back and reflect and say, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But he came in with, some hands tied here, too, and trying to get out of two contracts and then get these guys proper. And also, listen, you don't know the availability of 21. And Joel Embiid is, when he's on the floor, we saw the difference in this team and how they played the rest of that series against the Celtics. But if you don't have him 100%, no one knows if he's ever going to be 100%. I think people forget, too, that at the beginning of the season last year, there was doubts about what he could contribute because that knee was so bad. He visited Kawhi's doctor. They figured it out. For him to give what he gave and then the appendectomy, the freakiest injuries, the guy's been through a heck of a lot. I'm not here to make excuses. I'm just here to provide a little context on everybody getting so mad on what they saw and how things played out without understanding that where this team was and the doubt that they had on where Joel was going to be entering the season to where they were. If we told you at the beginning of the season that, hey, regardless of what was going to happen, they're going to win 3 in Boston, they're going to end the Celtics season, and a Celtics team that was favored, I think everybody would have said, all right, I'll take that. It's just the final 4 games left a really bad taste in their mouth. When they lost Game 2, the effort in Game 3 and 4 could have been much better.
That's such a good point about as far as trying to have a little bit of perspective, which is hard because of the way that everything went with the Knicks. And I'll take your question or your statement a little bit further. If you said that you were going to win 3 straight elimination games against Boston, knowing that you were only getting 21 total games with Joel Embiid, Paul George, and Tyrese Maxey, you'd have been like, what, how did that even happen? So it's
no
really,
question, Amy.
yeah, you know what I mean? You have to really look at the big picture. And that's one of the things, and I think people view it as an excuse. And I'm not intending it to come across as an excuse or as, well, this is the reason you had to keep Nick Nurse. It is unusual to have a GM search going on with a coach already in place. It happened here in Philadelphia before when Doc Rivers was in place and Daryl Morey was hired. Obviously, that did not go out well because they got swept in the bubble and whatever else. Going forward, how difficult do you think that is for Bob Myers? Because he's looking for somebody that already is going to be able to align with Nick Nurse, or at least be able to compromise with a head coach that's already in place and a roster that's already largely in place.
I think that's a challenge. I also think Nick was put in a really tough position because, listen, every night you don't know who's playing, and every night you don't know what the style of basketball you're going to play because you don't know who's going to be on the court.
Exactly.
Right? So that could be really tough. Now, some of the things that Nick needs to clean up is that these third quarters, they were just brutal during the regular season where, you know, it's a close game at halftime where they got a lead in the halftime, and then you look back up in the start of the fourth quarter, they're down 10, and you're like, what the heck just happened? So I think there's some things that Nick needs to clean up, but it is a challenge, I think, for Bob to find somebody. But I wouldn't put anything past a decision being made that whoever they decide to bring in, they decide who they want as head coach. I don't say that with any information, but nothing will surprise me. The one thing about the Sixers, I think that this whole town experiences this. I have too. We got a little PTSD. Because every single thing with the Sixers, it's not just the Sixers currently. It's what has been carried over the last decade or 12 to 14 years in every decision. We carry the weight on every single decision. It's very much what it was like, I think, after Andy Reid and Andy Reid's last year and then Chip's, the beginning with Chip. Like every decision was like 10 years of angst and frustration buildup, regardless of what the current situation was. And I think that we carry that in every conversation that we have, especially when you look at the Knicks and you look at, oh, we could have had Brunson. We could have had all the Nova guys. We had Bridges there. When you play the Celtics, oh, the Tatum-Fultz question. Oh, what could have been, what might have been. Why are we in these situations? I think that's carried out in every single angle, regardless of, hey, we're in modern day, we're dealing with this right now. And I think that carries over the frustration with Sixers fans. Let's face it, we're scarred. We're upset. We are very much like what could have been. But Eagles fans were in that little zone there about 10 years ago on every decision, like what could have been, what should have been, why are we here? I can't believe it. Knock it on the door. And the frustrations were building and building and mounting. I think that carries in every decision here. And what Bob does, Bob Myers, he brings some sense of, hey, I get it. I understand. I've been watching. I've been sitting here. I'm coming from an organization where the Warriors, where we set everything up right. I think it gives some type of pause here for the fans to say, all right, let's be a little patient here with Bob Myers and let's see what direction he puts us in and then move forward.
Kevin, we'll spare John Kincade from playing W's and L's because he's very anti. But when you saw the Eagles schedule come out yesterday, what were some of your key takeaways when you went through it?
I always look at like a couple things, the travel. How about this? They go to what, London, and then They come back and they face a Panthers team the following week, and the Panthers are coming off a bye. That's brutal. I didn't understand that. I was like, wait a second. The team we're facing gets a bye, and we're coming from Europe. That kind of annoyed me. And then I always look at the final 4 to 5 games because are we set up in the right spot? Do we need to win some of these matchups? Are they winnable games? And also, how are you coming out of those games health-wise? If you guys look at the final month, holy cow. I'm concerned about the physicality and where this team is going to be going into the playoffs if they got to face a team like the Texans and the 49ers, two extremely physical teams. And then you got the Giants. So I'm more worried about how they finish the back end. So they've got to start out strong here early part of the season.
Yep.
I would tell you, though, you got 9 days between the Texans and 49ers. So hopefully everybody can sort of mend. You get 9 days.
That'd be nice.
That's a little bit extra.
That would be nice.
Yeah, but the way that the Texans defense is, and every single time you face the 49ers, man, it's absolutely physical.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a great point on 9 days, but it's still the following week, and your body's still beat up and still recovering.
Yep.
Kevin, we appreciate the time as always,
Thanks,
man.
Kevin.
And by the way, thanks for the insight on Bob Myers. That was
Really
awesome.
good.
Thanks,
That should be on his business card.
Hell yeah, man.
Listen, I'm telling you guys, Bob's a good man. He is very balanced. He doesn't go on emotion, but he's also, as you saw in the press conference, he's very calculated in his answers. He's very, very smart. And I think that it's going to be a good thing with the direction of where the Sixers are going to go.
I love that. Kevin, thanks, man. We appreciate the time as always. Great catching up, and we'll talk to you next week.
Take care. Thank you, guys.
There he's Kevin Negandhi, our man from ESPN. Now, you just confirmed something for me.
What's that?
9 days. You do not have them losing to the San Francisco 49ers.
Really? That's interesting.
Just hearing you talk.
You mean my old neighbor?
Yeah.
What a jerk.
All right, I have it. I believe I have it.
You've got it. You've got his.
So, do you remember off the top of your head? Or do we have to open up and up?
Now you got to bring in a haircut. Bring in the envelope.
All right, Nate, bring in the envelope. So today, what we've been doing all show, John Kincade. So, Amy, how this started. Earlier in the week, he dropped another strength of schedule email to me like, hey, look at this. And I'm like, all right, you are buying into the strength of schedule stuff. The over
I don't want to handle it.
Yeah.
The over, I'll give it to Amy.
Yeah.
The over-under wins for the Eagles is 11.5. And I was like, all right, so you have the over. Like, I can tell.
No, I already told you I did.
And
yeah.
he said
and
yes.
I remember on Tuesday because he was like,
I feel so good
he
about
felt
this.
really good about it.
Really feel good about it.
5 losses is what we knew.
And last night I almost made it 4.
So the job today was to try to figure out those 5 losses. So Austin, be ready. I actually have also 2 YouTube guesses.
Okay.
I appreciate Kieran and If Bayless for playing along as well.
If Bayless is a creative man.
So
or woman. I don't know. Is it a woman or a man?
I believe it's a man.
Because with Skip Bayless, I can't be sure.
Here are the wins and losses that I have.
Got to be honest.
My prediction of John Kincade.
Okay.
Win-win, Commanders-Titans.
Okay.
Loss to Chicago.
I'm just writing down what you picked.
Yeah.
I
So you just write down the losses.
Okay.
Yeah.
Win against the Rams. Win against Jacksonville, because you were talking about how much better it is to play out there and not the Jacksonville Heat. But that return home to Carolina, loss.
So there's another one. Lost to Carolina.
So far I have Bears and Panthers.
Okay.
Win against Dallas at home, loss on the road against the Commanders, win at home against the Giants, bye week. Win against Pittsburgh. You would never pick Aaron Rodgers to beat the Eagles. But loss against the Cowboys on the road on Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Win against the Cardinals. Win against the Colts. You were talking about the weather earlier today. Loss against Seattle on my birthday.
My daughter's too.
Win against Houston, because you would never pick C.J. Stroud to beat the Eagles. Win against San Francisco. And earlier I asked John for one question. I asked John one question. Was, hey, are you giving me the Week 18, like, we're resting our starters thing? He said it's going to mean something, so I have them beating the Giants.
Now, last year, Week 18 meant something, and Nick Sirianni decided to
still rest
everybody, which ended up screwing the Eagles over.
So my 5 losses, the hardest 2.
Or the last.
Well, was the Bears-Rams, but he had to pick a loss somewhere in there.
Right.
And then the Seahawks-Niners. But when he dropped the 9 days thing, I was like, all right.
I think he might have the losses at the end.
How many do you think he did, Amy?
I think he probably got 3 of them right.
Austin, which
what about
5 losses? I had, again, Chicago, Carolina, Washington.
At Washington.
At Washington.
It's important the divisional games you say where.
At Dallas.
Uh-huh.
And the Seahawks game at home. Those are my 5. What were yours?
All right, so I have the LA Rams as a loss within the first 4 weeks. Then we're going to go to, I believe, was it Dallas? The next game there.
Dallas is Thanksgiving.
Is Dallas
at Thanksgiving?
At Dallas?
You got him losing the home week 7.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I went with the Giants 1 o'clock game.
You have them losing 2 division games?
In that 3
They were
week
3
stretch.
and 3 last year.
And then I
like
went
this.
with the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay.
All right.
And the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
All right.
I will. Who do you think did better, Amy?
I think Austin did better.
All right. Just so you know, Kieran, both Dallas losses.
Okay.
Oh, swept by Dallas.
Chicago, Washington, I don't know which one, and,
gotta say, yeah.
and San Francisco.
You got to notate the game with that one. So, all right.
And
Amy,
then,
open
and
the
then hold
envelope.
on, and if Bayless,
Okay.
Seattle, San Francisco, at Dallas, L.A., and Chicago.
Okay.
That one might be.
I don't think anybody is 5 for 5.
All right.
Okay. All right. So I'm opening the envelope.
Yeah, you go. Open the envelope up. There
Okay.
You go. Then you can pull it out of there, and then you can unfold it. See, I made sure nobody could see through the print.
So we've got Rams.
Their Rams is the first loss.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have them 3-0 to start.
So you got that one, Austin.
Jacksonville in London.
Oh, you threw me off the scent earlier this week. You were talking about how great it's going to be to not play in the Jacksonville Heat.
It is going to be great not to play in
Super hot
Jacksonville
down
Heat.
there. At Washington.
Okay, so I got that one.
At Dallas.
So I got that one.
At San Francisco.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
You just threw me off. I was between
did.
Seattle and San Fran.
His face when you said that, like, really? I was like, I think
When
he has
you
San Fran
dropped
as a
the
loss.
9 days thing to Kevin, I was like,
can't-
oh, okay, that answers my
And I
question.
can't stand that Kyle Shanahan.
All right.
And he's putting the towels out at 9 in the morning. Dirty, rotten person.
There
What
you
kind
go.
of person does that?
Well,
They're the worst people on
A
earth.
lot of people do it, trust
They're
me.
the worst.
it's
That's
it's
because
the same people that, don't return their shopping carts.
They're the worst people on earth. And Andrew's been one.
I have done that, yes.
Let's go put our towels
Well,
out
my
and then go
wife
away
has.
for like 2 hours.
No, not
Put
2
a book,
hours.
put a book out, and a towel out, and our flip flops, and
We've
then
done
go
it.
away for like 2-3 hours.
Yeah, we've done that. All right, coming up next.
Jerks.
What are the NBA insiders saying about the Sixers? Austin just let me know that Wendy and Tim Bontemps wrote an article. There are some executives that are guessing what the Sixers will do this offseason. Tell you that next. Also, we'll have fun and do W's and L's. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What does the future hold? I'm Austin Jones with your Fanatic Sports Update. Bob Myers and Josh Harris spoke to the media yesterday after the organization relieved Daryl Morey of his president of basketball operations role. In the NBA, it can be difficult to win with a team that has multiple salaries and also having a big man that hasn't necessarily been ready for the season. So Bob Myers caught up with John Clark of NBC Sports Philadelphia and has a little message for Joel.
He's got to commit to it. And it sounds like he's willing to commit to it, go into the offseason and come in healthy, not coming off a procedure, not blaming him, but not coming off some incident where he wasn't ready for camp, but being ready for camp, because to build a great team, you got to be ready from the get-go.
You know who's ready is Kyle Schwarber, as he's ready to begin another home run streak as he hit his 18th home run on the year last night to break a scoreless game in the 8th inning against the Red Sox. Johan Duran came in and closed out the game for another series win for the Phillies. They're 2 games under 500 with the weekend series in Pittsburgh starting tonight at 6:45 with Aaron Nola on the mound. In the NFL, the schedule has been released for all NFL teams. The Eagles have the 26th toughest schedule in the NFL, and the Birds are going to open the season against the Commanders for a 4:25 kickoff. This update's also brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. If you want it all, dining, gaming, pools, and more, it takes a village. It takes a Borgata. Visit Borgata.com to learn more. It must be 21 and up. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I'm Austin Jones, your home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic, and the Fanatic app.
Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
The final hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
All right, it is 9:29 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It is a Friday with Fadul. I have not asked enough for them. Text in your questions for Ask Me Anything. We do it every single Friday at the end of the show. Any sort of question that comes to your mind that you want Amy to answer, send them in. 610-632-0975. The non-sports ones are always more fun. I get it. We're a sports talk radio station, so your thoughts are sports. The non-sports ones are always more fun. Text them in. Austin, you will get those. So if you send them in now, Austin will have them ready. So send them in now at 610-632-0975. YouTube, I will get yours as we get closer to the segment. All right, real quick before we do W's and L's, because it's a holiday, Amy. There is an article by Tim Bontemps and Brian Windhorst. They're both working together and doing all the off-season conversations. And they did a Sixers portion of it and what they should do this offseason. And Tim Bontemps spoke with a Western Conference executive. They believe that the Sixers will run it back. Run it back, load manage Joel Embiid as much as they can, be a playoff team, and try to stay healthy. I think there's stuff you can do on the margins. So if we take the emotion out of the Joel Embiid, the 12 years of this, yeah, if you bolster your bench, they'll be a better basketball team, period. Well, I'm not saying they'll be a championship contender. I'm not saying that they would beat the Knicks in a 7-game series. I don't think they'd get embarrassingly swept like they did 3 out of the 4 games if they had capable players that could come off the bench. Are we in agreement there?
Yes.
Yeah. But what's it serve?
Exactly.
Yeah, to what end?
Exactly.
It doesn't serve any purpose.
That's why I would move on if I can find the correct
Now, will we convince the Ray Dunns of the world? We will not.
I think you might.
I don't think we will.
I don't think
we will.
I don't think he's completely married to the fact that you have to keep him in order to do anything.
He just doesn't like the other options.
There are some tough options out there.
I think the other options that are out there, the members of the cult, and Ray is one of the card-carrying members of the cult.
I still don't think it's cultish. I think he doesn't want to do 2 years of Sabonis. He might as well just do the extra year of Embiid.
I just can't do it.
The Jimmy Butler one intrigues me. You just have to give up more.
I mean, can't do it?
No, thank you.
You're saying no?
To the Jimmy
give
Butler.
Up the pick?
No, thanks.
I'm not saying Jimmy Butler.
First,
player.
Jimmy Butler.
The contract.
Right,
not the player.
correct. Yeah, that's the thing, and we do have a very smart fan base here in Philadelphia. It's always people from the outside. They're like, well, you guys should just get rid of him. And people in Philadelphia are like, I don't think you understand how the NBA works.
Yeah.
You can't just cut the guy and think that that's how that works. That's not how it works.
No, you got to find money that matches and all that.
So, there's going to be multiple teams involved in any kind of contract moving when these contracts are this big, when you're in the $50 million plus range.
But both Bontemps and Windy, in their portions of the article, both are under the impression that they run it all back, including Paul George.
I read part of that, and I came away with they're looking at it from a very, very analytical kind of position, because analytically it's very tough to move off of 1 or 2 contracts of that size. It's exceptionally, doesn't mean it's impossible. And again, I will go back to the thing I always say, the Wizards moved off of Bradley Beal. That was a huge monster of a contract, a complete mistake. They moved off of it. They're obviously paying, on the back end of it, but whatever. You can do it. It's possible. I think that those guys are looking at it like, well, Joel Embiid says the knee doesn't bother him anymore. It's as healthy as he's felt. The optimism, I think that's what those guys are looking for. They're looking at, all right, well, it's tough to move off if you believe what, that this is his health. This is what you're going to get. This is as healthy as he is, and this is what you have. Then there you go.
Now, Windhorst writes, several executives I talked to in the wake of Morey's departure described how enticing the job opening is because of the 2 young guards in Maxey and Edgecombe. So not because of Embiid and Paul George, but because of the 2 young guards.
No, that's nice.
Windy admits it's surprising considering the 2 contracts. Like, if you're an executive, and we're all in agreement that it's probably a first-timer, Are we on agreement?
I think it's a first timer.
If you're a first timer,
I don't think it doesn't have to be, but a first timer.
I don't think it's going to be a guy that's currently a president of basketball operations.
Correct.
So
but it could be
that would
somebody
surprise me.
right.
What weighs
It would
heavier?
surprise me. Actually.
What weighs heavier, the enticing two young players or the two contracts? Like if this is my first job.
Oh, you mean like what am I being sold on? What weighs heavier as far as my
like am I
consideration
going
to take the job?
I want that job because of those two guys, or I don't want the job because of those two.
I think the young players.
Job.
I think the young players weighs heavier. That would go higher in my pro, like a pile or whatever you want to say it. Like if I'm making my list.
You're dying to get your first $4 or $5 million a year job.
Sure.
I think
So
you want to
you're
be
just like you're not going. But well, I'm not going to. This is the only one I'm being.
You want to
offered.
be
I'm not gonna
successful
take it.
at it
Yeah,
because you want to
do.
have another one.
Right.
Right. You either want to be successful at this one and keep it, or be successful enough that when another job opens up, that you could do that one. Yeah. Right. You don't want to come into a situation where you're doomed from the start. So hey, it's your first job. It's going to be your last one. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that there is some reasoning behind like you have to be able to entice somebody because of X, Y, and Z.
All right. Fair enough. All right, you ready, Amy? Austin, you in on this?
Oh.
We already know John's
listening.
schedule break.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull up my.
Here, hold on. All right, there we go.
Perfect. That's great.
I have some
I'll do
music
that.
for this. All right, Eagles schedule. And I did it during the break. And I don't know if I love it or hate it. All right, WW, Washington, Tennessee to start the season.
Got it.
Are you there as well?
Yes, that's where I am.
Austin?
Yeah, we're there.
I go LL.
I go LW.
So you go L Chicago, W Rams.
Correct.
WL.
You go 3-1 with the 3-0 start. I go LL, Chicago, and LA. But then they catch fire for a week. I have them winning in Jacksonville.
In London.
Unlike John Kincade. In London against Jacksonville. John has them losing.
I think I might have them losing that game.
I'm not a
Trevor
I'd
Lawrence
have him
guy.
win.
You have them winning?
Yeah.
All
I
right,
do have
Austin.
them losing when they come home, though.
Me too. I hate that spot for them.
I hate that spot.
It's not that I'm
So
some
if I had
big
to pick
Bryce
one,
Young fan.
I'm not going to go LL, so I'll go win against Jacksonville because I really don't think that they will beat the Panthers, unfortunately. I think it's just
a horrible spot.
It's a tough setup.
You're coming back from
I think
London.
They can.
They're coming off of a bye.
So that's like, oh, really? Yeah. That one. So I've got my two losses so far, the Bears and the Panthers.
All right. I have a sweep of the division.
Right there.
Dallas
7, 8, 9.
Commanders on the road. Giants win. So
drug
at
test.
the bye week, I have them with 3 losses.
Okay, drug test.
I have them 6-3, but winning the 3 straight divisional games.
All right, put him in for the drug test right after the show. He needs to.
That's
I have them at.
They were 3-3 last
at
year.
Washington as an L.
Commanders,
They were 3-3 in the division last year.
All right, we'll have them losing to the Cowboys on Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Giants are a lot better.
Oh.
Giants are a better team
Than last year. That is an exceptionally low bar.
Yeah,
I understand, and they whooped your backside last year.
All right, what do you have in the NFC East? one?
So I have them losing at Washington.
Okay.
I have them losing at Dallas. Those are my only. They sweep the Giants.
Okay. Austin?
I have them splitting with the Giants, but then I have them sweeping the Commanders, splitting with the Cowboys.
Okay.
And you have them losing to the Giants in Week 9, entering the bye. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Post-bye, Pittsburgh, W.
The last one's a loss for me for that Giants game.
Resting the starters.
Yes.
Pittsburgh, I have a W.
Yes.
Rodgers.
Just talk about running it back.
Discount, double check. I have them losing in Dallas.
Yeah,
on
I do.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
That's going to suck.
Yeah.
On Thanksgiving
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah.
That's going to suck. You guys all Pittsburgh win?
Yes.
And Dallas, we're all losing?
Yeah,
Yes.
because I think they're going to win it at home early in the year.
So that means
Yes.
they're winning that game because we all have them losing. W against
Exactly.
W against Cardinals.
Cardinals, yes.
Yes.
Colts win.
Colts win because I think, what did I say a lot last year, Johnny?
You don't believe in Daniel Jones.
Fraud alert, fraud alert. Look at the schedule that they played in the first 8 weeks of that season. You go,
Yeah.
oh, wait.
And look how he finished the season.
Uh-huh. And he's coming off of a bad injury.
Yep.
I have a win against the Seattle Seahawks.
I don't.
No, I don't.
It's my birthday.
I know.
They can't lose on my birthday, Amy.
They can't.
No, they can.
They can't.
They won't, though.
Nah, you know what?
They won't, though.
This is the Connor Thomas, Sam Darnold disrespect segment. Also, they lost their Super Bowl MVP.
True.
He's in Kansas City now.
Yeah.
So,
which they will regret signing him.
Who, Kansas City?
Yeah. They're going to regret that signing.
Maybe not the first year. Mahomes hasn't had a running back in 10 years.
I got you.
They were still trotting out Kareem Hunt last year. Kareem Hunt
was wild.
Isaiah Pacheco hasn't been the same since CJ laid him out.
Well, and he broke his leg. That was their one big
that
problem.
That can hold you down a little bit there.
Who's that?
For you, a smidge.
CJ?
Yeah.
I have them beating the Texans.
Yep.
Yes.
I have them losing to San Francisco.
Correct.
Like John.
The Texans game might be the biggest lock. That'll be the most distracted road team ever. A Christmas Eve game on the road. Most of the team, young family men. You're
CJ
so
Stroud,
distracted.
period.
CJ Stroud, who is in a walking disaster area.
Against good defenses, too.
I mean, honestly, that may be the most.
That's going to be a very low-scoring game.
That is a bad game, and I think both teams are going to be distracted.
Yeah.
Both guys are going to be
I think
hearing.
Eagles win that
By the way,
one.
both defenses, like, you want to talk about
the
low
Texans
scoring?
Defense is legit.
They're really
Oh, no, they are.
good.
Yeah.
It's legit. That's a legit
But
team.
Texans are going to have trouble scoring.
Yes,
I
they
have
will.
them. I have them losing the last two. I have 6 losses for me.
Ooh,
The Eagles-Texans game already out, by the way, on the books. You guys want to guess what the line is?
The line?
Yes.
Eagles
3.
3.5.
I'll go 4.5.
2.5.
There we go.
Do you want to guess what the over-under is?
It's gotta be so low.
37.5.
Yeah.
Right on the
There
money.
you go.
37.5
Yeah.
is the
I was like, it's gotta be
over-under
low.
for the Eagles and Texans.
Wow, I get $500 from Drew Carey for that.
So I have 12-5. And I have them
I have
winning
11-6.
a lot of games in that gauntlet, and that's why I hate it, because I go, there's got to be a loss somewhere in there. So I might be more 11-6.
Wow.
But doing the exercise
Well,
that
my
is
11
so
and 6
important.
is the last game is the 6th loss.
And remember, last year,
They needed it. And they
Nick
still
Sirianni showed
they
you
rest
that
the starters.
We're going to
That's what they
rest the
always
starters,
do.
and boy, did that pay off. Stupid.
Hopefully, it doesn't come down to
Stupid.
it.
You keep on saying
You could have played the beaten-up Green Bay Packers if you won that stupid game.
Yeah, and you know what? They weren't winning.
You could have played.
No.
So the broken-down Green Bay Packers were going to come in and beat you.
No, I'm
they
saying
were
even
not.
if they won that game, they're
Yeah, but
losing
then you're going to Chicago. You got a better chance to win at Chicago. Come on. Come on.
Dude, they sucked. The Eagles sucked last year.
It was stupid. It was a stupid decision punting on that game.
You were
stupid.
The shock that you had that they lost to the Niners.
Absolutely stupid decision.
The Eagles' offense was so atrocious last year.
And
They
they
weren't
would-
winning squat.
And they wouldn't have lost to that stupid San Francisco. If they got to play Green Bay, my gosh, it's so dumb.
They weren't winning
They weren't.
squat.
It was
That
dumb.
Eagle- that
Yeah,
team-
they wouldn't have
that-
beaten that Green Bay team.
That team was dead.
They wouldn't have beaten Green Bay at home.
No, man.
Oh, come on. Stop.
Dude, that offense was horrific.
And they wouldn't have beaten Green Bay.
San Francisco was missing half of their team, too.
Come on.
They sucked last year. Last year was one of the worst years to endure, and they won the division.
It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible.
All right, coming up next, Ask Me Anything. Text them in now, 610-632-0975. If you haven't yet, YouTube, start sending them in. Please, I appreciate it. We'll do that next here on The Fanatic. What do I got here?
Hey.
I don't even have anything, Captain. What am I telling you about? Is it Philly Sports Trips? I could do that off the top of my head because Philly
you
Sports
better be
Trips
able to. It's awesome.
It's tremendous. Check out their website, phillysportstrips.com. All right, this is how a true professional does it. The trip that we've been telling you about is Eagles Nashville. Eagles Titans, and we now know the official travel partner of the Philadelphia Eagles will be traveling to Nashville for week 2. So put your deposit in. If you haven't already, you might be a little too late because when the schedule came out last night, social media was going crazy. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there. Hey, hand raised, I'm going to be there. Can't wait to hang out with you in Nashville when the Birds take on Tennessee. And Philly Sports Trips is the only company that I would suggest to travel with. If you've ever wanted to go on a road game experience with a sea of diehard Birds fans, this is the company to do it with. And the beauty of what Vince and his team have been able to accomplish over the last 9 seasons, this now their 10th season as the travel company that I suggest because they're amazing. They have everything planned out for you. All you have to do is pay Vince. All right, you say, here you go, Vince, take my money. He gives you the flight. He gives you the hotel. The game ticket is a part of the package. You don't have to start searching secondary markets for the game tickets. You have the tailgate leading up to the game. But you're flying out on Thursday. So you have the welcome party Thursday that he already has planned for you. You have the bar crawl on Friday that is already scheduled. Saturday is a free day, but he'll also have a party at night for you. The game itself Sunday, the tailgate beforehand, and the trip back Monday. It's basically an all-inclusive. You give him the money, he takes care of the rest. So check him out online, phillysportstrips.com. Obviously, there's other games as well. He has the London trip traveled and set up for you. The Arizona trip, Chicago, every road game imaginable, he's got you covered. But Nashville, that's going to be the big one, man. Can't wait for it. Check it out online, phillysportstrips.com.
The season is over for the Fly.
It's almost time for Ask Me Anything. The people have chimed in on YouTube. They don't totally feel the same way you do, John, about the Eagles would have beaten Green Bay.
Really?
Because the 49ers, if you remember, the 49ers were banged up, too, going into that game.
Okay.
The Eagles sucked.
The Eagles were the clearly better team for 4 quarters in Green Bay and beat them. Earlier.
Earlier in the year when
Green Bay was
suck.
more Green Bay was more beaten up at that point. And they were a team that limped into the playoffs. Terribly limped into the playoffs. That was the easiest team in the playoff field that they could have had. And they could have had it. There was no reason not to win that game last week. None. You do that. When you have a chance to host 2 playoff games, you try to host 2 playoff games. There's no arguing that it's a smart strategy on Nick Sirianni's part. The rest did them nothing. The rest did them no good at all.
They lost in the first round because they sucked. All right.
Nothing.
Time now for Ask Me Anything.
Now it's time for
What else you need to know?
Ask Me Anything.
Would you like to know more?
No, ask me anything.
All right, I'll get the YouTube crew started. Austin, you have a text ready. Kieran chimes in. Great question.
Okay, I love it.
And I love that it's not sports. Okay. Selfishly. Your go-to, the Chinese gyoza dumpling or the Polish pierogi?
Pierogi.
I'm a gyoza guy.
Pierogies are delicious.
Pierogies are awesome.
Why, it's Ask Me Amy.
My gosh.
I like the Chinese dumpling. I enjoy a good shrimp dumpling, which is very good.
How's
very,
the pierogi
delicious.
prepared the way you like it the best?
I like to have a little bit browned and then steamed.
How about a little onion?
Onions and a little sour cream and onion.
Sour cream.
Onion, great.
Absolutely.
I don't do
Has
the
to
sour
happen.
cream, but the onion.
When you go up to Lehigh Valley, if you ever go up to an Iron Pigs game, that you can get that at the
it's like a
concession. It's delicious.
Sounds good.
It's delicious.
All right, we got the text line.
All righty, Amy. Also, Amy, happy belated Mother's Day.
Oh, thank you.
Because this is where this question is going to.
Goodness.
Hello, Amy. Please answer this for me. Why does my 3-year-old feel the need to cause mass destruction to things that don't need to be destroyed?
I mean, that's the great question. If anybody has that answer, please call in or write a book because people will buy it. They'll buy the crap out of that book. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. They're like little puppies. You just kind of hope that you can minimize the destruction as much as possible.
Both of your boys?
They're not destructive so much as they just do stuff, and you're just like, why are you doing that? Like, why would you jump off of the Lego table? Is that a necessary thing? Did you think that through? No, because they're 3.
Can I read you a really sweet, very early stage of a parent text that I just got?
Yes.
So my buddy Johnny, he and I, we're the catchers of our Sunday League team. We have a doubleheader this week. He is informing me that he can't make either game, so I'll be suiting up for 14 back there.
You won't be walking Monday.
I won't be walking Monday morning. The reason being they're very intense in the sleep training right now, and they don't want to put that on their on his in-laws for nap time. And I said, been there, done that, brother. Coop's still sleeping in bed around midnight every night.
Yeah. The thing is, you're just, when you have a destructive or a crazy episode with your children, you just are like, this too shall pass.
Yeah.
This too shall pass.
Sleep training and all that's great. We did
This too shall
and
pass.
it worked for like 3 months. And then something happened, and it was like, all right.
Trying to reason with the children is always my favorite thing.
Yeah. Good luck, brother. All right, what else we got on the text line?
Amy, what is your favorite shore town?
Oh, this is a great one because as a person, I've lived here now for 17 years, but I came in and I was fascinated. I was like, first of all, you just roll up. You have people delivering food at the beach. Wild. Loved it. Big fan of shore towns across the board. I tend to go where it's a little bit quieter now. And so I do tend to go down to like Stone Harbor, like 119, 120 if I'm going to the beach at Stone Harbor.
Yours is?
Ocean City was the childhood destination.
Yeah. But as far as like going out, Sea Isle.
Well,
Exactly.
And Brigantine.
Sea Isle.
I have a place to stay.
Yeah.
Always. And they have bars. They actually have a decent bar scene in the Brigantine area. But stay away. We don't want more people.
Avalon gets mine. Love it. And then Stone Harbor.
You can't go
Avalon and Stone Harbor are so close.
Yeah, you're in the one to the other. So we're probably closer to the Avalon and Stone Harbor, but I love Sea Isle.
I love the quiet.
All right, let's stick with the shore topic as we are reaching Memorial Day weekend. Andrew wants to know lake/mountains or the shore if you were to pick.
The shore, but I do enjoy a nice getaway to like a Pocono area with the lake, and I have a really good friend of mine that lives in Vermont, and going up there like near like Lake Champlain, that's really, really nice.
And you like golf in the mountains, like you like golf, like scenic golf and everything.
Oh yeah, yeah. But if push comes to shove, if I'm driving 2 hours, I'm going down the shore.
All right, there is a sports related question from Xander. If you could have one animal be a starting quarterback, what animal would it be?
A cheetah.
That's a good one.
That's like that'd be like Michael Vick.
Can't really catch the cheetah.
Can't catch a cheetah.
Hill.
I would say like Airbud was pretty good.
Oh, you want a specific human? Well, then no,
He's
yeah.
not a human. That's a dog.
Sorry,
Amy.
specific. I made him animal.
Nikki Foles
animal.
is human. Just talk to her. She's human.
So I would go for some speed for my quarterback.
I like that.
Put the ball in his mouth.
Especially if it's a dog. Yes.
What else we got on the
Cheetah.
text line?
Can't
On the
catch a
Davis
cheetah.
Honda text line, feel the Davis difference in Burlington.
The new season of quarterback has been announced. So, Amy, we were asked which quarterback has your eyes. Is it Jaden Daniels, Joe Flacco, Baker Mayfield, or Cam Ward?
God bless putting Joe Flacco in there.
Seriously.
The best part of Joe Flacco was when he discovered the joy of going to a bar to eat by himself, to which everybody in the history of the world was like, duh. Especially people that have children.
Yes, going to the bar by yourself.
Brilliant. It's a great. We do that all the time.
Religious experience.
But no, I would go with Baker Mayfield. I think he has the most personality of
He
those.
does. And Jaden Daniels.
No offense to Jaden.
It'll also be.
Too.
It'll also
I think
be his
Baker's
mom.
likable.
Jaden Daniels will have his mom.
His mom will be there.
His mom will.
Every scene.
I don't think you're going to get the real
Okay,
unfiltered.
what's with the mom getting out of the did you just see him at the whatever awards he went to, and mom was in the limo with him?
Well, how else was she getting there? They were riding separate?
He was going to an award show.
She's
and
also
Mom-
going to the award show.
I thought the weirdest thing last year was when
When
he
she
was
sat in between.
the girl.
That was really strange.
Juju.
Yeah,
Watkins.
like-
Yeah, Juju
Weird
Watkins,
to
right?
me.
Like, that
USC.
was
It's weird to me.
that was weird. All right, Austin, great work.
Good stuff.
Last
Thanks,
couple
everyone.
of days.
Thank you.
Amy, you're the best. We'll
Thanks,
see you
crew.
next
I'll
week.
see you on Tuesday.
Connor Thomas will be back on Monday, and we'll talk to you then at 6 here on The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
What does the future hold? I'm Austin Jones with your Fanatic Sports Update. Bob Myers and Josh Harris spoke to the media yesterday after Daryl Morey was relieved of his President of Basketball Operations title. In the NBA, it can be difficult to win with teams that have top-heavy salaries, and Bob Myers was asked, can this team still operate with players having a big chunk of the cap?
The truth is, depth may be more important than it's ever been. Maybe that's the pace of play. Maybe that's what we require of our players more. Not to say that this model doesn't work, but we have to look at what happened this year and be honest about it and see if we got to be honest about can this model work.
So that's going to leave an interesting future with Paul George and Joel Embiid. Kyle Schwarber's looking to start a new home run streak as he hit his MLB leading 18th home run on the season last night against the Red Sox, breaking a scoreless game in the 8th inning, and then Johan Duran came in and closed the door for a Phillies win. The team is still 2 games under 500 with a weekend series in Pittsburgh starting at 6:45 tonight with Aaron Nola on the mound. In the NFL, the schedule has been released with the Eagles going ahead and going to have the 26th toughest schedule in the NFL. The Birds will open the season at home versus the Commanders with kickoff being slated at 4:25. We had Amy Fadulin and Andrew DeCecco and Kevin Nagandi on. You can catch those on YouTube. And up next is Middays with Marks. I'm Austin Jones with the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Ray, what's your favorite part about listening to Unfiltered?
I love the We Hear You segment at 5:25 every single day. And of course, after a big Phillies game, who else do you want to hear from than the one and only Ricky